guys, welcome. It is our TGE happening today in a couple of hours, and I'm so excited for this. Everyone, I hope, is so excited. We're gonna be live streaming for a couple hours because why the hell not? Our TGE is happening. Let's bring on everyone and celebrate them and talk about what launching a token will mean on Linea from all different categories of dApps and protocols. And we're finally doing it today, guys. TGE time. Okay, let's bring on our first guests today. They are Joe and Nicole. Joe, the social media manager, also known as the Linea intern, your favorite poster. And of course, our amazing marketing director, Nicole Adarme. She keeps us all very organized and does all this amazing marketing and branding that you see here. So we're so excited to introduce them to everyone. So you can say, hi, it's Nicole and Joe.
Guys,
Yay,
we made it. We're
GG.
here. Today's
Good
the day.
morning. Good morning. Good morning.
How's everyone feeling?
Oh God, nervous and excited all at the same time.
I'm so
Definitely.
excited.
For sure.
It's been a long time. Nicole, you've been here since the very beginning. How did we get here? Tell us the journey that we've been on together. All of us.
Yeah, all of us back even before we launched to mainnet in July 2023. There's already been so much support and a great community behind the network. A couple of years later, September 2025, we're here. Today is the day we're launching the Linea token, and yeah, everybody's excited. There's been a lot of voyages, a long voyage from mainnet launch to today. Ups and downs all around, roller coaster, and yet we're here. We're here. The community has been really great the whole time. I want to say.
No
A lot of
fun. There
wins.
hasn't been any fun.
No
Yeah,
FUD. No wins.
zero. Zero fun. Joe, you've been on the team for a year at least.
Almost a year. Yeah, we're coming up on 11 months next week. Yep.
It always feels like 10 years, doesn't it?
Not sure
In
what
this
just happened there,
industry.
but yeah, I've been here almost a year now. It took a little bit for me to kind of understand the history, the backstory, understand all of the voyages and campaigns that everybody had gone on. Understanding a lot of the wins, but yeah, it's amazing to finally kind of help move this past the finish line and help us get into like the next stage now.
We are moving on. So we are
Yeah.
saying that Linea is very significant. We're claiming that it is the most important token launch since ETH itself. Damn, that is a statement. Nicole, why don't you comment on that? Because that's like a pretty
Absolutely.
crazy thing to say, but I believe it.
Absolutely the most important token launch since ETH itself. We designed Linea. The team designed Linea to be the most ETH-centric L2 with vision and architecture and tokenomics and governance, all of which just working to both scale and strengthen the L1. And so in that, we're really working together for Linea to redefine the standards of being an L2, redefine what it means to be a good, functioning, and value accruing L2 for the L1. And today, when we think about the Linea token and how that's been structured, we're talking about the first time ever in history that everyone outside of the airdrop recipients, everyone is sidelined. There are no team or investor allocations. We didn't do any pre-buys or any of that. And we're looking at a token supply that is deflationary with the dual ETH and Linea burn mechanism. So we're doing something novel for the first time in Web3, and it's really cool to be a part of that. And we're looking at a token that I feel like there's so much to be bullish about.
So much to be bullish about. I know everyone keeps asking me because I got to call everyone today and like tell them, yeah, you're good tokens. And it was like so positive. So I have so much energy today. But everyone was excited, which was so good. I was nervous. We've been flooded with FUD. I feel so nervous. But yeah, it was such a good day. Not flooded with FUD from the partners, but Win token has been happening for a long time. So now we're like free of that.
Yeah, today. I was really nervous about do we want to do a 4.2-hour live stream? And then when it came to it, there were so many people that wanted to be a part of this. So guys, 4.2 hours, really high energy, excitement for this token.
Yeah. And everyone keeps asking You
So many
guys got
legends today.
right? Yeah,
Sorry?
they're like, "What?" Everyone keeps saying, "Oh, but you guys got tokens, right?" Like, you're saying that you didn't get tokens, but, like, you got tokens, right? I'm like, I legitimately did not tokens. I think my Linea airdrop, just from testing the voyage, because I was, like, testing it right while we were running, is, like, 4,000 Linea tokens, which I'm like, "Well, at least I got
That is
something."
more. That is more than I got. I did the Linea DeFi. I ran the Linea DeFi voyage, and
You
then
did.
like did all the waves. I've got less
Yeah.
than 4. I've got 3,000 something.
Yeah.
But
We did
that's
not get.
totally okay. I have full plans for what's going to happen today when I get to leave this live stream, and you guys get to carry on and talk to everybody of how that's going
You're
to
just
be.
setting up snipe bots. Nicole has, like, an army of snipe bots.
I am
You know me. That's
I am 100% completely sidelined. I have no LXP. I have no points. I have gone on no
you have
voyages.
love from the Linea team. So
Yeah. You
Absolutely.
get love. Yeah. It
So
it's
I
it
will
is a
be,
pretty big deal. It's a big
yeah,
deal.
definitely. I'll be
Like,
buying in later on when I have the opportunity. If I have the opportunity to get in at a good price, we'll see. We'll see.
I legit tried to set up a snipe bot, and then I talked to a partner, and they were like, "Don't do it. There's people with, like,
No.
whole systems of snipe bots, Susie. If you set up your little, like, Telegram snipe bot, you're gonna buy it at the max price." And I was like, "Oh, is that how that works?" So I did not continue with my snipe bot setup, but that's okay. It's all good.
Well, we'll have
What?
the opportunity later to talk to Degents and see what they have
Yes.
cooking, and we'll see what kind of automation we could set up for maybe not snipe bots, but building up
I've
some
tried it.
type of a DeFi automation for sure.
Make us money while we sleep. That's the promise of AI of the future. That's what I want. I don't want to trade. I want a robot to trade for me. We'll talk about that
That's it.
later. Let's also talk about native yields, because this is also a very cool thing. Not only are we burning ETH, we're not getting any tokens. These are all brand new things. Not brand new, but they're huge things. Talk about native yield. What is native yield? How can you earn native yield? Why is it amazing?
sure. So definitely, when we get bridged ETH into Linea, all that ETH is going to be natively staked, and the rewards from the staking, they're all going to be targeted, rewarding liquidity providers, helping to grow the Linea ecosystem, Linea DeFi ecosystem in particular. So in creating and building this feature, we are able to offer the best, most efficient risk-adjusted returns on capital. And so I think something like this is one of the most bullish reasons to get behind, to get on Linea, because with that offering, we have pretty high confidence that ETH capital is coming. So this by itself is a great reason, in addition to everything we mentioned before.
Why wouldn't you want to put your ETH on Linea if you're earning in pools and then you're also earning on native yield? That's like a double whammy. Everyone loves to stack yields in this industry. Everyone wants that. Nobody doesn't want that, right?
Definitely. So everybody
Amazing.
providing liquidity on Linea gets to earn yield two times, like two ways, kind of natively, automatically. It works. We're excited to launch that next month.
Oh, it's happening next month. Nice. I should unstake my Lido now then. Get it out of that Lido contract so I can, move it over to Linea and get some native yield on that. Amazing. Joe and Nicole, you guys are the best. We could not operate without you, honestly. Thank you so much for being here. Any last words before we move on to our next segment of Community Voices?
So excited. No, just really welcome to all the different, thank you so much for all the speakers who are going to come out today. Thank you for rallying for this huge milestone for Linea. Yeah, the team is so excited for this. And yeah, no, this is the beginning of the next chapter. It's not an ending. We're going to see big things coming next.
The work has just begun.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Yep. It was great chatting.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Joe. Kisses and hugs. TGE soon. Feeling bullish. Thank you for being here. Yes. Okay, guys. Next, we're going to bring on some people from our community. You may know them from the eFrogs team, our fearless leader, Shama. We have Better Call Saul. He's not from the Foxy team, but he's from the Foxy community. And the Chief is also here as well. And he is a member of the eFrogs community and not the team. So we have all these wonderful people who are going to talk about, yay, it's Shama.
Vamos! Let's go!
Is she?
Let's go! Finally!
I know everyone's like, you're TGE, and I have so much joy because
Jesus
I'm
Christ!
so relieved. I'm like, oh, thank God.
I feel
Okay.
like I'm launching the token myself. It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, it
I
will
wore my
pass. It will
best
pass.
frog shirt today.
Oh, nice, very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pre TGE. Now it's gonna be post TGE era.
I know. What does that mean? Have you
Yeah.
guys ever been through a TGE before?
Like this big? No, not this big.
No?
No, it's
Oh,
not.
my phone's muted.
Like you were saying, Susan, before, Linea is the biggest TG after Ethereum back in 2015. So yeah, personally, I'm super excited, and I think all the communities around Linea are excited. And yeah, Le Chiffre Doc said, yeah, it's the first time I reveal my face. And also, guys, it's 5 a.m. in Mexico, so yeah, I will not miss this day for you. I will not.
It's 5 a.m. It's 9 o'clock where I am too, so we're definitely on opposite sides of the world here. Well, thank you so much for coming and doxing yourself. It's a lovely face. You should dox yourself all the time. It's a face that we would love to see more. So thanks for being here. Better Call Saul, what's up?
Let's Foxing go. What's up? What's up? So excited for this day and really appreciate you, Shama. And I've been reading a ton of content by Lee as well. So I'm very happy to be part of this.
Hell yeah. Guys, so obviously frogs and e-frogs are the biggest community. Sorry, I say it frogs and e-frogs. Frogs and foxes are the two F's of Linea. What, Shama, you have been around forever. I feel like you've been here for, not you've been around forever like you're old, but like you've been I feel like you're part of the Linea team, like you've been with us since the beginning. You built eFrogs, you built Croak, you built Pond.Fun. What, post TGE, what are you going to do next? Besides
Well,
go to Disneyland and maybe sleep.
Yeah, I think we're gonna focus on in real life events. I think we are working on merchandise. We are doing lots of things already. Last week we were on Turkey on the Builders Night, which was very, very good, organized by MetaMask. And so we are checking our communities around the world, what they can do, and based on that, move here and there. I think in real life, IRL, I think it's very, very, very important. Very, very important. I'd say, as you know, I've seen projects that doing this, and for our brand will be big, and for Linea too, because we will do it together.
Aww. An army of frogs, which is
Yeah,
what a group of frogs is actually called.
Yeah, and we have a lot of talent in the community, more talent than I do. Like in terms of obviously, locally, organizing things. In Spain,
Yeah.
I can do lots, but like Turkey was a good tester, for us, and we're gonna repeat this all over, and that's our plan. And yeah, in terms of community, we want to make sure that everyone is happy. Keep good vibes up, do giveaways as we have been doing, so far, so much, that we do, we keep doing and encouraging communities, within our plan, to do more things, that's what we want.
Oh, you're all about vibes. And that's what crypto's about. It's about tokens and vibes. So you bring the vibes, we'll bring the tokens. You can bring some tokens too.
Yeah, exactly. We said today, I told everyone that we need to be relaxed, that we are not launching the token ourselves,
Yeah.
So we need to be relaxed and enjoy and just have a good time. And, and if anyone want to join any of their favorite communities on Linea, they can do, we have lots of communities they can join and have a good time. Don't be stressed. This is not the end, it's the beginning of a new era.
It's the beginning.
Exactly. So lots of things we can do and lots of obviously opportunities within Linea because there's lots of building, opportunities and growing for communities.
That's true. So Lashif, you've been a frog for a while. So as someone who's been here early, like, and has watched the roller coaster, as we're all like, that's how I feel every day of my life for the past 2 years. How do you feel? Like, we're TGEing. What are you excited about? Did you get an airdrop? Did you do the voyages? Why didn't I do all the voyages?
Now, just to make it clear, I think, okay, Linea will stream 4 hours today, and I think during 4 hours, I can share Linea with all the features I have, with all the mid-term and long-term strategies they put in place. So yeah, when I joined eFrog, it was the first day. It was during the mint day. That these days I make a new connection, and with months and months I make new friends. I start to talk about Linea more and more, also about connecting the dots between each element we can have publicly. And I think that first, thank you very much to bring us on the stream as the first
Premier guest. You got to start with vibes. You got to start with
yeah, exactly.
positive things. You can't start with infrastructure. Everyone would be like, nah.
Yeah.
We got 4 more hours. I want nah.
4 hours. 4 hours.
4 hours of infra.
4 hours.
And I joined Shaman. That, like, we have many talent on the eFrog community, on the Foxy community, and on the other communities, like the bunnies, like every community we have. We have many builders, we have many moderators of communities, we have many guys who are evangelizing the community or Linea. And I think that it's really important for any ecosystem to back their communities and to work with their communities. And I think it's something that eFrogs and Foxy did super well during the last year.
Sorry, Devon jumped on. I got so excited. Hi,
Devon. GM, everyone. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Thanks. You too. Am I aligned enough, guys?
Get your place.
I mean, this is crazy. Even when I see my comments on the live stream, I was getting goosebumps. Like, I'm so excited right now.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Sorry, Lashif, to cut you off. I didn't know he'd pop in here just like, oh. You know?
No, that's fine.
Okay, before we go to Devon, let's talk to Better Call Saul. The Foxy community, the Foxy team actually couldn't be here today. And they also don't like to dox themselves. This is a non-doxing community, Foxy, which is totally cool. So Better Call Saul, tell me about Foxy. Tell me about what you guys as a community are feeling like. You're not on the team, you're part of the community, like the TGE is coming up. How do you see that? Like, what's the speculation that's happening, right? What's the community speculation that people are excited about?
There's a lot of excitement. I am feeling like a small kid. You know that there's that moment where, that big moment where you get your first cell phone or your first car. I think the community is feeling the same. But going back to the Foxy community, I joined it very early. It's been a journey of over 1.5 years. This goes out to not only Foxy community, I think every Linea member. We got to give props to the community and the team. That is, if I had to sum up with 3 words, it is resilience, passion, and believe in something. Right? So props to every single one who's been through this journey. And foxes are chill. I mean, they've supported throughout the past 1.5 years. They're out there doing content, creating a lot of good content, supporting Linea wherever possible. I see a lot of foxes here. Shout out to Lumi, shout out to T-Dub. We have a community spaces going every month, every week, covering everything Linea. I think going forward, the focus should be on collaboration and how we can collectively work towards making Linea the Ethereum first chain. I love this narrative, guys. It's so fresh.
Yes.
I'm so bored of all the same narratives L2s have been playing out for the past 3 years. I'm like, can someone bring something new on? And you guys nailed it with the narrative. And I think the community is going to be the core to make that a reality. And props to Frogs, props to Foxys, props to every single Linea member who will make this possible. So, to that, guys.
Wow. Thank you. Fresh. Who else is feeling fresh? I'm feeling super fresh.
4 hours. You have 4 hours.
I literally drank an energy drink that was as tall as my head like an hour ago. So I'm pumped, I could do this all night. I'm ready. Wow, thank you. That is a fresh narrative. You're right. I think like the L2 game has been kind of boring. And I feel like a lot of the L2 tokens are really far down, like over time, they're all down. So, Deborah, you just jumped on. You must be an ETH guy. We're all ETH guys here.
I mean,
Or you're like,
I-
nah, I'm Solana. This is
I
gonna
wasn't an ETH
get
guy
weird.
before Linea. Like I was afraid to use the MetaMask like 2 years ago before the campaigns. So I became an ETH Maxi ETH bull right now, thanks to Linea.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So who's an ETH Maxi? Talk about, and Better Call Saul, you can say it, Lashif, whoever.
Yeah.
What does it mean to be like a ETH centric L2? Like, why does that make you feel
First,
fresh?
like I used to say, is all the layer 2 in general have a difficult post TG for many reasons.
Yeah.
The first reason was tokenomics, which is way different with Linea. Tokenomics will reward the Linea holder and the ETH holder. So it's fundamentally very different than the other layer 2. The second is, as there is no VC allocation, you will not have 1% of your supply dump on the retail, on any sets or your DEX every month. The second is, in terms of strategy, overall strategy, the Linea ecosystem will be supported from the first few days, few weeks. I don't have the information, but by a part of the capital of SomETHing. So it will naturally bring liquidity on the ecosystem. And the last part is a Linea consortium, because at the moment, all the DAO are more a meme than anything else, because the majority of the supply will be always on the end of the VC or the team, which is not the case with Linea. And it will only be all the decision will be for the Linea holders and the Ethereum holders, which is fundamentally different than any other layer 2. That's why I'm super bullish on the post DG of Linea.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that like two of our consortium members, Status Network and ENS, are like forks of Linea. Like they're not even on, like we have Linea names, right? eFrogs had ENS names, right? So we have like a close relationship there. But the fact that we have two of our teams are like actually different networks, or they're going to be different networks, is actually kind of cool. Like I had never thought about doing clusters of like L2s that had the same technology in order to build like these sub clusters. I was like, damn, that's
Yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously not a tech person. You can tell. But I feel like it like gets me excited about the possibility of that.
Yeah, the good things about Linea Tech is that, okay, so it's a zero knowledge technology. So yeah, of course, it's way different than the optimistic rollup, but it's also 100% compatible with Ethereum. That means that it's unmatched. The time to deploy for any developer application on Ethereum can deploy in terms of minutes in Linea. So literally all the dev that have an application on Ethereum can deploy tomorrow on Linea, which is not the case with the other layer 2 that require some specific condition or code.
100%. I know. I always say that. You don't you love it when a non-dev person says to a dev, like, you guys can do that, right? It's like really easy. And the dev's like, oh my God, Susie. Like you don't know what you're talking about. But then I started saying this, I'm like, I think it's like pretty easy to deploy in Linea because we're EVM equivalent, we have the same bytecode. So like, shouldn't it be super quick? And then it turns out for once I was right. Yeah. All right, guys, we have 2 minutes left. Post TGE plans. I hope everyone got LXP and is just raining money. What are you gonna do post TGE besides celebrate and give me a big hug in Singapore?
No, from our side, now we are preparing an announcement for the community because they're asking about the DEF airdrop, what we're gonna do with it. Like how we're gonna divide that, and we don't know the amount yet, so it's very hard to organize anything. So once we know the amount, we can organize, and we make sure that frogs they know what we have.
You gotta
And
know soon.
Exactly, and
It's happening like 4 hours.
Exactly, it's happening. So so that is very, very important. To keep them informed. It's really hard because we didn't have information to provide, but soon we'll do, and then we can work around it. Make sure everyone is happy.
Perfect. Well, guys, it's been so nice having you here. Thank you to Frogs. Devon, I know you jumped on late. Is there anything you want to say before you leave?
It's all okay.
Okay. Love Frogs, love the Foxes. Thank you guys for being with Linea from the beginning. We're super excited to see what you're going to build after TGE because you've already built so much stuff before TGE. So I feel like you're right. Only the beginning. But thanks for being with us and thanks for coming on our live stream. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
Believing something.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, community foxes and frogs. We also have bunnies and beavers and cats. We got a whole Noah's Ark of communities at Linea. Okay, so next on our list, we have gaming, my favorite. We are going to bring on some of our gaming partners. I don't know if you guys remember the Linea Guild games. That was my baby. Created it, put it on, and we have Adam and Burkai from The Unfettered. Of course, we have Gun and Mus from You'll Do Labs. Hey, Adam.
Hey,
What's
Susie.
up, guys?
Hello,
And then we also have Sean from T3 joining us. Our card isn't updated. We didn't finish the card. Sorry. Unfettered,
fine.
what's up? Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too, Susie. How are you?
Are you feeling so relieved?
Yeah,
already?
finally.
You already feeling relieved?
Yeah, I'm feeling relieved. I'm feeling great. So you guys have been with us since literally, I think I see you more than I see my own family, you two in particular.
Yeah.
I see you more than my brothers and sisters and my parents. You are now my second crypto family.
Yeah.
And you guys have been on, hey, Sean, what's up? I don't know if we're going to pull everyone on at once. That'd be cool. What's up, Sean?
What's up, guys? How's things?
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Thanks for coming.
Of
T3,
course.
as we know, takes all of the communities on Linea and then creates characters and integrates them into their really fun game. Yay, we have Gun and Mus here from You'll Do Labs. Hey, guys.
Hello, hello.
What's up, guys?
Nice to see you.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
We got the gaming crew. This is such a small snippet of like the Linea gaming ecosystem, but some of the core people who've been here from the beginning. So thanks for being here. Let's start with You'll Do, actually, because you guys I feel like have been around for so long. Also, you did the voyage with us, the voyage, PTSD from the voyage. Anybody? I certainly do. Tell us what you guys have done so far in Linea, and then post TGE. What are your big plans?
So maybe I think I can start. So
Yeah.
After our TGE, we have been focusing more on the developing our games because eventually we know that Linea will be doing the TGE. So we wanted to bring as many users as possible to the Linea ecosystem. So like even after TGE, we have been like working more and more on the developing our games. So we are actually much busier than even before the TGE.
That's good because I hear like once you have a token, like people need to use it for stuff, you know? Like they need to use it to buy stuff in games, for example. So it makes sense that we need people to be able to like you can't have a
Yes.
city that's just empty with no businesses, right? Or no
Mhm.
parks. So
Mhm.
so what's like give us like a little alpha on what's like the most exciting thing about your game or what kind of game are you building?
Uh,
Or can you not sure?
well, I mean, like it's not an alpha, but because we wanted to also um, like reward our users, so our users will be able to receive Linea airdrop as additional incentives. So please stay tuned for follow our Twitter, and then stay tuned for our additional announcement. So yeah, that's a little bit of the alpha.
I love an alpha. Everyone loves an airdrop, an extra airdrop. Thank you. Love that. All right. Adam and Berkai from Unfettered. You guys have also been here a long time. Why did you come to Linea in the first place? And if you guys don't know Adam and Berkai, I saw them at Istanbul, ETH Istanbul. I think it was like a year and a half ago. And they
Yeah.
sat me down for like 3 hours and they pitched me their game. And they're like, Susie, you need to pay attention. I was like, all right, I'm paying attention. And then since then, we've been like working together nonstop. So props on the hustle to you guys. But why did you decide to be on Linea from the beginning?
Actually, you give the answers because I still remember the first day we met in Istanbul, and
Yeah.
that was a Ethereum event. We were talking with some different chain on these times. Even on that event, maybe we talk with at least 5 chain. But you
Oh,
guys building different. You guys listen us and understand what we want to do, and you guys didn't tell, hey guys, if you do that, I will do that, if you do that, I will do that. There was nothing like
mm.
that. You guys said, okay guys, I understand what you need, how we can help you. After that, everything changed and Linea become our home. And
Aw.
we uh, publish all of our products. As you remember, AFK Solution, Unfair Ecosystem, Unfair Awakening stand, and we had so many events. Basically, we choose Linea because of Linea team. You guys have really proactive approach, and it's changed everything. It is the biggest difference, I think.
Thanks, guys. That's really nice. And
Thank you,
then we're
Susie.
gonna TGE. Yeah, of course. I know this is like just want to give you guys all hugs. Anyone gonna be in Singapore? Come find me. I'll give you a hug. Love giving
I
hugs. Or if you're like, nah, I'm all set. We'll have like a safe word. You know, we'll think about that one later. Suggestions in the comments for the safe words if you don't want to hug for me. Um, Thank you. And post TGE, I know you guys have a game that just came out.
Mhm.
It looks crazy. It's not on chain, but it will be. And it's beautiful and it's horrific. It's like, it's like Diablo-esque,
Yeah.
And is that like your big plan? Do we have more games? Are you gonna evolve it? Tell me what's happening next.
Yeah, I can take that also.
Okay.
Linea seems like very much DeFi focused at the moment, but as long as you got the token being traded on chain, you're part of the DeFi also.
Yeah.
As you know, we're essentially building 2 games, and we're focusing to utilize games through a DeFi path. For example, when you think of a Web3 gaming front, we're structuring fully on-chain in-game economy that well connected with DeFi on Linea. And it'll be more details will be available soon to our roadmap. At the other hand, as we previously discussed with you and Declan, a lot much more, and we will be utilizing MetaMask delegation tools and embedded wallets, basically account abstraction, we can say, to reach players on Web2 launchers in the
Yes.
markets. Previously, as you remember, we tested it with our own solution, and the testnet got pretty good results on there. And we can say this, and I don't know if this is an alpha or not, but the in-game revenue will be acquiring there also contributes to native yield mechanism as we bridge off-chain rewards and we'll be starting rewarding from there. More details coming for this also as we publish our new roadmap. And
Thanks.
the roadmap will be based on, like, we can say 3 pillars: token liquidity and activation on Web3 gaming, and activation on Web2 gaming on chain, even on chain with account abstraction.
We want more Web2 users, right, guys? We want
Yeah.
to. Do you guys feel that like Web3, like if you tell people you have like a Web3 game, they're like, oh, crypto game. Do you feel
Not
that? Is that
anymore.
like a real thing? Is there like a divide, or is it are we merging the games, like the users?
Exactly. For example, you can look T3 Play. They are building like a FPS game, third person, and when I see the gameplay, I can play without any hesitation if I like FPS game. So if you like hack and slash game, you can play stand without any
Yeah.
hesitation. If you like roguelike game, you can play Awakening. It's not anymore. That was on 2021. On 2021, Web3 games looks like 19th games, but
Yeah.
right now,
You guys have
there is
evolved the
no
gaming
problem.
ecosystem.
Yes.
All of you
Yeah.
guys are making Web3 gaming so much better, and we don't even know it's Web3 gaming, and that's what makes it magical. What, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. T3 Play. You guys have integrated so many characters into your games. I have said this to you a million times. I think it's so fun and so creative, and I'm always thinking about like ways that this will explode because I think it's going to explode soon enough. And I know you're hiding stuff from the future that you're like, ooh, we got stuff up our sleeve and it is going to explode. So can you share anything with us? Or what do you plan on doing with your token drop? What are you going to do? What are you going to build?
Yeah, I mean, just to the point of what the guys were saying then, and you about we want more Web2 users, right? And I think gaming especially is struggling on this part. It's very much play a game and you get rewarded at the moment, and that only lasts for so long. Like games need to be built, generating revenue, or at least be bringing on new users consistently. And so our goal was really to make the game fun and accessible. So we've got Polygoners, which is first-person shooter. Like you said, we've integrated. I think we've got now 75 characters and over 90 partners across Web3, and so that's kind of catering to the Web3 audience. But we are launching a gaming culture coin. So I think really the first proper gaming culture coin that we want to take over and sort of been the default. It's called Teabag. Ticker is TBAG. If you know, you know. So that's kind of a foray for us into this, really getting deep into Web2, because it's a concept. Teabagging in gaming is a concept that everyone in gaming understands. And it's a not just Web3 thing, right? It is global, and there's literally billions of gamers around the world that will understand what that is. And our goal is to create content that these people see and they relate to, and reach different audiences. Like, we want our game to be that game that people make fun of almost because it's funny, it's stupid, it's something you can just log in with your friends and play for an hour, have some fun, clip some content, maybe even earn some rewards for that. But yeah, that's kind of at the moment what our focus is. I mean, you guys have got your TGE, which you're going to blow out of the water, and then it's sort of we're going to take ours on the 25th, so a couple of weeks from now. But yeah, that's sort of in short what we're focusing on right now.
Nice. You'll do good. You have something to say.
Yeah. We always try to keep every promise we make. That's why we have been building for 4 years, and our goal is to create a new business model that makes Web2 and Web3 in a smooth way. Yeah, that's it.
Nice. Are you guys excited? I know like Linea is doing a lot of DeFi stuff right now, but I feel like we're getting the money on chain, and I feel like there's ETH capital that's going to be coming. So I'm optimistic. You guys know I love gaming. This is like my favorite part of crypto. I still believe that gaming is going to be the way to bring on the next billion users to Web3. I still really believe that. And so I'm excited that we're going to focus on DeFi and ETH capital, and then let's have some fun, right?
Yeah.
Let's have Linea Guild games too.
Yeah. You guys know I've been pushing. Yeah. We'll write that down in the suggestion box. Linea
Okay,
Guild
I
games
will.
too. Include more games and do it for longer and offer as much money as I did. I don't know how they gave me $100,000 in prize money, but they did. Maybe we can do it again.
Yeah, I believe so.
Gaming is going to be so fun. I really appreciate all you guys have done. You guys have been around here for so long. You participated in so many voyages, and I'm super grateful of all the things you've done. So thank you for being
Thank you so
here.
much.
Namaste,
Thanks for
guys.
everything, Susie.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
See you guys. Thank you.
Singapore.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yay, gaming. I hope we do Linea Guild games too, but that could be in like a year or two. Okay, this is actually a thing I'm also really excited to talk about is AI on Linea. Obviously a hot topic that everybody is talking about right now. And I am excited to see what people are building. And Santosh from Dgens is one of my favorite founders on Linea. He's always building great things. So we have him on as well as Hey, what's up, Chef? Nice to see you.
Hey,
And
Susie. Hi, Marco. How are you guys?
hey, and we have Marco De Rossi here from actually Consensus and MetaMask, who
Hi,
is
guys.
one of the architects of 8004. So
Hi,
thank you
guys.
for being here. DeFi with an FAI. I'm excited for this. How about we talk about Dgens first? Because I'm really interested in what you guys are building. Tell us about DeFi AI. Do I have to say DeFi? How do we differentiate between DeFi and DeFi? Has anyone figured that out yet? But that's what I'm saying.
Oh, just like
DeFi?
Linea will cook up a new narrative, but
I
I think
hope so.
Marco as well. I had a pretty good conversation. You're doing very cool stuff with the RC 8004. Obviously, so many things to talk about AI. I'll start
So
off with
many.
introducing Dgens, what we do. We're building the AI agent hub of Linea because I myself built the first AI model on Linea, and we should talk about it. That was a very cool experiment we did like last Feb. We built a LoRa on Linea through which Foxy was launched. It's actually a pretty cool experiment. You remember after a bit, ChatGPT launched Ghibli Studio and Ghibli Effect. We actually did a similar experiment on-chain. Obviously, it didn't reach as many users off-chain, but it actually happened on Linea last Feb. We launched an AI model around Foxy, their graphic work and character. It's a LoRa on Stable Diffusion, and that was used as a go-to-market to launch the initial community, which was very cool. And post that, we had this idea that, okay, if one AI model and one AI builder can do this, what if we actually create a hub and infrastructure for so many builders to come onto Linea? That's how we started Dgens AI. It's now the AI agent hub of Linea. We're looking to build the agent OS for decentralized finance. We're building multiple pieces, but I would love to zoom into that. Yeah, but super excited for Linea. It's a big day. I'm sure community is waiting for a long time. Finally, it's here. Super excited. This is
I
my
just want to
dream
go.
time for Linea.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so excited we're here. Yeah, you did Touch AI. I do remember that. You built like, consistent characters are like the hardest thing for me because I have like a kid. I'm always like, oh, I should make a storybook. And the consistent character thing, I just can't figure it out yet. And I remember when you built that for Foxy, where you created a consistent character AI model, and I was like, this is what I want. This is what I need.
It's a crazy experiment because we learned everything on the fly. We, at that point, optimizing GPU infrastructure was so hard because the community just came on board, just like how they want to mint like NFTs. We had around like 100K people in the wait list, and we were still figuring out how to optimize GPU infrastructure because there's no auto scaling at that point. We tried to use a lot of decentralized GPU protocols, just wasn't there. So we built everything on the fly, but great experience, right? I mean, Linea actually gave us the
really cool
for it. Yeah, super excited.
That's cool. We're going to talk about what you're doing next, but Marco, why don't you tell us about ERC 8004? I think it's all over crypto Twitter, but like if people don't know about it, they should really know about it. Tell us what it is and why it's so amazing.
Yeah, basically the centralized AI space that is growing a lot is just building agents where you assume that the agent is trustworthy. And so all the protocols like MCP or HOA are mainly designed to be used within companies or anyway with something that you trust. And in this way, you can't really create like economies of agents because it's like a world where you can just trust your colleagues and just talk with your parents and you can talk to anybody else. So that's crazy. And so we, with the Ethereum Foundation and Google, we talked a lot with projects and we created a standard that makes easy for a very actionable standard for everybody to discover other agents and trust them. It's like an on-chain registry with agents and then very basic ways to decide who you should trust. And this, which is, I would say, like bringing some cyberpunk to AI and to agent, enables trustless agents, which is not just a cool term, is not just about making things more complicated with blockchain, is really about enabling stuff that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do. Just one example, full portfolio rebalancing executed by agents. If you don't trust the agent, maybe you can do that only if the brand is like, I don't know, JP Morgan. With a stake secure inference, you can just trust the technology. So this is exactly what happened with DeFi. So we didn't trust Stani for Aave. We trusted his amazing code. He deployed that and Aave became Aave, right? And this is the same, for example, for trading agents. And the list is long. Another example, which is secured by trusted execution environments, is agents that you can trust in mixing very personal data from different users and different applications. And you would never do that with just like a random startup, or maybe you don't even want Sam Altman to know all your past, all your memories, but you're fine to do that with an agent because through TE attestation, you know what's the code running. So trustless agents enables open economies of agent and enable new permissionless use case that otherwise wouldn't be viable with centralized AI.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this so much because again, I just want an agent to make me money while I sleep. Chef, you're gonna build this for me because I've been bugging everyone about doing this for me. This is what I worry about. I'm like, okay, what if I give it like $5,000 and then like it doesn't rebalance or like it misses the trigger or whatever it is, like it doesn't swap in time, like I'm thinking about all these things, but I just want an agent I can give it some money and then I can go to sleep knowing it's making me money while I sleep. Is that too much to ask for? You know what I mean?
No, the future of work is play, right? So it's not too much to ask.
Yeah, I think you're not alone, Susie. It's I've already heard this story, and also not just sleeping, but going on the beach, vacation. Yes, I heard that.
Yeah, just make me want to sleep.
So we have a client.
To ask. Yeah, so but 8004 so then allows all of these agents. You can basically create a trustless environment. Is it so Eigenlayer came on. I talked to Eigenlayer and we were talking about 8004 a little bit on a live stream a couple live streams ago. And they have it where you can actually you can get slashed, right? So the AI agents can be you can trust them because if they don't do what they say they're going to do, then you can slash them and they can have a bad reputation attached and they'll never be trusted again. Is it similar to that, or is the slashing mechanism just something Eigen throws on, or how does that work?
Yes, 8004 leverages and it's co-written with many groups. And so one of the model that we support is actually that same one. So Eigenlayer is one of the contributors of 8004. Maybe just a short recap. There are 3 trust models. The first is reputation. So it's based on past client feedback. It's like restaurants. You pick the agents based on the review
5 stars on Yelp.
Exactly. And a good example could be, for example, a creative agent that I give a monthly salary, and he creates all my marketing stuff of my company. It's like a marketing analyst for my company. Low stakes. It can't really steal money, destroy everything. So reputation and past feedback is fine. The second model is what you were mentioning, is stake secure inference. So you have a network of validators that could be an Eigenlayer AVS, for example. They basically redo the job, the inference, and checks that your work was correct. And it gives a bad feedback if it's not. or a good one if it is. And if the validators misbehave, of course, they lose the stake, as in any staking mechanism. The third and last is based on a trusted execution environment. It's like a complex term, but everybody in our pocket, in our iPhone, we have a TEAS, which is a secure enclave without in our processor that can sign what's the output. And this enables basically to trust the computation, because you trust like Intel or NVIDIA without trusting the owner of the hardware.
Right.
So these are the three approaches. To be super frank, we are super early. We don't know which of the one will be more successful in the next 10 years, but this is really the moment to put the foundation for a new industry, removing silos and enable full visibility. Because, for example, you can build an Explorer of 8004 where you show any agent, and also the agent created on other platforms will pop up, and you will be able to apply your trust models instead of having like n different platforms. All this wouldn't be doable if created by a company, as many agents platform are doing. It's doable just because of Ethereum, and that's how I think and why AI will run on Ethereum rails.
So cool. I could talk about this for like 10 hours. So let's talk about, and we only have like 7 minutes left of this segment here. So let's talk about, Chef, what are you building for Linea DeFi, the AI one, not the DeFi with just the I. Tell us what you're building on Linea for AI. I'm so excited about it. When is it going to launch? When can we turn this bot on to make us money while we sleep?
Awesome. Here is our thesis, right? So I think with AI, people are the way people build companies is changing, right? So one people team, two people teams are able to build companies, and we're seeing this already in Web2. But now all these guys are raising capital in a centralized way, right? And going to IPO. That's the path for all these companies. Now, what we're proposing is an alternative path. The alternative path is bootstrap capital and build in public. And build in public is something that's native to the blockchain world. And that's a very important piece of what we're doing. So we're building a launchpad where all these AI agent builders can actually come bootstrap capital on Linea. And Linea will become a home for decentralized AI. This is one of the most critical pieces, right? And then around this, we're building like 4 interesting flagship initiatives, right? So one is, obviously, if we're building all this AI stuff, we have to prove certain AI agents as the initial proof of concept, right? So one such initiative is called White Sand. White Sand is like opposite of BlackRock. It's an AI hedge fund. It's autonomously managed, obviously not fully autonomous day one, but we're doing this in partnership with a very large capital firm called Lucid Capital, which is a very interesting company that has been doing a lot of interesting things around quant. And they've already committed us $3 million. So day one, the agent will be live on Linea. It'll be managing $3 million. And obviously, we'll close a bit more as we scale. This is one of our main flagship initiatives. As this scales, White Sand can actually become like the autonomous market maker for multiple projects that are building on Linea. That's the future vision for this particular initiative. The second initiative is actually native to the DeFi community on Linea. So we're trying to obviously make their lives easier. I would like to reveal more about this, but this agent, we are calling it Epoch, and will work very closely with EtherX and the DeFi community on Linea. This is, again, another agent proof of concept that can scale. Then we're doing 2 community initiatives that can actually propel our AI community forward. One such initiative is we're calling it Motherboard. Motherboard is like an AI agent incubator, accelerator for select AI builders that we can back with resources, cloud credits, GPU credits, everything that they require to actually go 0 to 1 and scale on top of Linea. And the fourth initiative is why I actually got connected with Marco. We are internally calling this inter-agent communications. My team and I were one of the early contributors of IBC, like inter-blockchain communications. We identified a challenge independently. Of course, then I stumbled upon ERC 8004 while we were building this on Google A2A. I think agent-to-agent communications is a very important piece. As people are building different agents on different chains, they should have the ability to talk. Just like we stumbled upon this problem where everybody is building different chains and those chains couldn't communicate with each other, and we had a broken user experience, more broken than ever, right now. So I think what we believe at Dgens is agentic experience is going to solve crypto user experience problems, right? it's like a way better. Of course, we have to do a lot of experiments, but if everybody is building different agents, these agents should be able to talk to each other. They should have some standard. They should be able to communicate, transact autonomously, right? End of the day, we're saying it's an agent. It has to have automation. But there are a lot of infrastructural pieces that are missing for this to happen. And one such piece is what Marco is doing with ARC8004, right? For an agent-to-agent communication to happen, an agent should be able to trust another agent. So I think identity, reputation, all these experiments are very interesting. We would like to take part in it. We are calling it Inter-Agent Communication Alliance. We will work with other projects building AI stuff on Linea to make this happen, to ensure all agents built on Linea follow a certain standard and will be future ready for these communications.
I'm so excited that you just said Linea will be the home for decentralized AI. I was like, hell yes. Automated market makers. Market makers are like ghosts who live behind closed doors and we never know who they are. They don't want to be doxxed or introduced to each other. Imagine if you just had an autonomous market maker and how life-changing that would be for a lot of projects. This is so cool. There's so many, I love this stuff. There's so like, I feel like we are so dependent on like large language models like ChatGPT. And sometimes we're like, do we need like niche AI agents that can work in swarms together? But then I hear like what you're building about, like you're like, oh, well, we have an AI agent that works around Etherex, and then we have one that works around Aave. And then I start thinking like, oh yeah, we do need swarms, and that sounds way better. And then Marco's talking about, hey, you need to trust them and you need to make sure they're doing what they say they're doing. So the swarm model makes so much more sense when I talk to you guys, and you're making me a believer, and I'm very excited for all of this AI stuff to come onto Linea. And post TGE, that's when it's going to come. I feel like it's going to be 2026. It's going to be so soon, isn't it? Right?
No, it'll be sooner, definitely, for sure.
Unless this is a Christmas gift. Probably.
Yeah, you need to go on holiday. So
yeah,
it needs to be before Christmas. Let's do it.
Oh, that's true. It needs to make me money when I'm on holiday. Come on. Can we have that? Is that too much to ask? Maybe. But then everyone would do
believe in something. Believe in Degen.
Believe in something. Believe in Degens. Believe in DeFi. Untraditional DeFi. Guys, I seriously could talk to you forever about this because this makes me so excited. But we are at time, and Francesco is going to come on and talk about MetaMask and what's happening next. So what's up, Francesco? Nice to see you.
Hi, Francesco.
Hello, Susie, Marco, and Chef. How
We're
is
so
everyone?
good. Everyone loves Francesco. He's everyone's favorite. He's the best, isn't he? We're so happy you're here. You're going to take over as host now, this guy. I'm going to leave and bow out. So thank you so much for taking over. Guys, it's been so fun hanging out with you. It's TGE. Yeah. I hope I can sleep tonight. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you, Francesco. Good to see you.
Same. I
Yeah,
think like
of
your
course.
t-shirt is really like the one that is that is really like distinguished. Amazing.
Yes, isn't it? It's a dog. It's a frog eating a worm, holding a staff with a cat on its head. All right, I'll say goodbye. Thank you for being here, Francesco. I'll see you
Thank you so
soon.
much,
And
Susie.
goodbye, everyone.
Awesome.
Happy TGE Day.
Yeah. Awesome. So thank you so much, Susie. And let's get it started and continue in this session. So I think like this is really a marathon, kind of like until TG, a lot of energy ongoing, a lot of like guests. And I think like it's time to actually like, have a very special guest here from MetaMask, Daniel. Should we speak about MetaMask card and Linea right now? How are you, Daniel? Welcome.
I'm feeling
welcome.
fantastic, especially because I'm here with Francesco, my favorite coworker. It's always a pleasure to be with you, brother.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And I think like, we cannot really like, have a kind of like a TGE, TGE kind of like touchdown without actually speaking about the card, how you can actually like spend this USDC and more, what is kind of the relationship with Linea, how is the future. But let's get quickly started here with a quick intro here, Daniel. What are you doing those days? I think like right now you're kind of well known in the space for this kind of like everything card expansion, but you're doing like you're kind of like a source of knowledge on different things. So quick intro so that people understand who are you and what
Absolutely.
you're working on.
So let me bore you a little bit. If you already know what's going on with the card, I'll just explain what the card is for like 30 seconds. But then let me give you some of the news, because some of you might not know all the cool things with the card. I want to make sure that you're taking advantage of all the coolest, newest stuff. And then maybe, I always love the community, I give some sneak previews, and the marketing and PR team get mad at me, but I tell you the stuff I shouldn't tell you about what's coming up soon. So first of all, MetaMask card, you all know it. It is the first real debit card, in that it is not a top-up card. It's not a prepaid. You don't have to sell your crypto to be a balance on a card. It's not a collateralized card, credit card, like say like EtherFi, which, shout outs to them. They build a good offering, but they're giving you a credit line against your DeFi position, which is something, by the way, that we may start doing as well on top of our model. It's not like maybe a just normal credit card with crypto rewards, which is like Gemini does. It's you have a credit line, but it's just like having a credit line from American Airlines or Barclays or whatever, and they're giving you crypto rewards. What we have is a real debit card that lets you spend crypto strictly at the moment of spend, which means that you retain full custody of your crypto, right? Very important for a number of reasons. For those of you who care about sovereignty and owning your assets, let me put it this way. If, for some reason you go out and do $100,000 in purchases, and then the card is like, hey, you know what, we may need a little bit of extra documentation, our card issuer, maybe the card gets frozen, not your assets. It's still your EOA. You can do whatever you want with it. Number two, you can connect arbitrarily any EOA. So I use MetaMask with it, but you can plug in a ledger. I use Fireblocks, the MPC provider, with it. Really makes me feel good when I go on a trip. I whitelist that the only asset I can spend is AUSDC. The only contract I can interact with is the card contract, and I set like a $300 spending limit. So if you kidnap me while I'm traveling, good luck. First of all, don't. I'm not rich. I'm not worth it. Get someone way more wealthy than me. I'm not that wealthy. But ultimately, without the devices on me, the only thing I can do is make a $300 purchase with the card, right? So it gives you that type of security. And then, of course, also just the flexibility of if you want to have an EOA that you want to maintain total privacy on, you can maintain that totally apart. And you can have one that's more like your checking account, right? And then finally, it allows us to do something cool where we can really spend any asset that has a price and some liquidity. So we're not just stables. You can spend wrapped ETH with our card. And then, of course, you can spend DeFi assets like AUSDC. So I think it's earning like 3.6% right now on Aave. You are earning until the precise moment that you tap your card, which is really phenomenal, because forget crypto, not even traditional banking really offers that. Unless you're at the private bank or like a more boutique, like nicer offering, you usually don't get any interest whatsoever on your checking account. So that's what the card is today. You already know it. You love it. But as I said many times, the card, we want to be kind of a platform, not just to spend, but to create self-custodial neo-banking. And that's 5 or 6 things. I used to say 5. I got a 6 when I'm adding. So it's saving, spending, lending, credit, rewards. You all know the story. You want to save in any asset you want. You want to be able to spend it anywhere without worrying about whether the merchant will accept the crypto. You want to do some lending. You want to get some yield, like in that AUSDC I mentioned. You want to get some credit. And then, of course, you also want to get rewarded for what you do. And I'm adding 2 more recently: experiences, which we've been really cooking up. And then, of course, insurance we're going to start looking into. So insurance. Yeah.
That's interesting.
But just to talk about what we've done, in the recent days, if you're not taking advantage of all the cool things you can do, I just want to make sure, let me share my screen for a moment, right? So those of you who know and love the MetaMask card are familiar with card.metamask.io. By the way, we're shipping this week also kind of native mobile experience. So if you update your MetaMask mobile, you'll see a native card experience there as well. But you'll note that in addition to the cashback we give, we've also added this kind of Linea rewards tab for our wonderful Linea community. So you see I have some AUSDC here in this EOA. If I check it, again, this is why you shouldn't kidnap me. I do not have any money at all, but at least on this 4,000, I'm earning 3.57%. Interestingly, you can see I've taken out some loans at a much cheaper rate than my credit card, which charges me like 26K or 26% a month. So I'm earning this until the moment that I tap my card. Interesting, cool. But you may have noted within our Linea rewards, if you click explore, you'll find that we have an Aave boosted yield campaign with Linea today, wherein for every 1,000 that you either lend or borrow into Aave, you're getting an additional 2.4%. So you can imagine that in this example EOA, I'm not earning 2.5. I'm in fact earning 4.97. And then on this loan, I'm not actually taking it out for 5.45. I'm taking it out for 3.15, right? So very easy to claim. We will calculate these automatically. If you look, I probably have $1 something. It feels really great just on the amount of Aave work that I'm doing. I'm claiming like every day. I claimed like 12 hours ago. I'm already up $1.53 on this, right? So again, this will be going forward a place where we do a lot of this. So always check out these cool Linea rewards that we're working on the team with, where we have this cool boosted yield. Also listed, there's Coinmunity. We did a quick resurgence of Coinmunity. The funds got people claimed them all immediately. So we are refunding it. So you'll see Coinmunity coming back again, but that's that fun basket of cash back that you get there.
Yes.
I'm not sure that all of you have seen MetaLend's partnership as well, which I think is really cool. So if you know about MetaLend, it is like an AI rebalancer of a number of different Aave and Morpho pools across all the networks. So you deposit and rebalances weekly, but they have a special offering for the card that I really like. So check this out. What it will do for you is actually find the pool, which this week, if I take a look, for me happens to be the Morpho pool on base that is giving me the most rewards. I'm getting 6.4% native yield in. Again, none of this financial advice, but I do want to just show what you can do with this card. You should make all your own decisions about what you do. But it's really cool that I'm getting 7.73% in the Morpho token and 6.46% in USDC. But here's the cool part. I get to decide a fraction that when I make my deposits that I want to maintain an Aave Linea AUSDC, because that, of course, is spendable with the card. So you go to MetaLend, you make your deposit, and then you make your decision about, all right, how much am I spending a week? I chose 90 because I already have a big AUSDC balance. I could pull this up, but you could say, okay, I want 50% of this to stay in Aave Linea USDC for where I'm making 3.66, but the rest I want it to be rebalanced each week. And it's really cool because you get both the native, like 6.6% yield here on your USDC, but also you can see as I rebalance each week, I am accumulating rewards. I got some Morpho on mainnet. I got some Morpho on base. I got some OP token. So really cool product that has made a carve out for the card, which gets to the kind of saving and lending part, right? Not only are you saving in USDC and seeking yield in DeFi, but instead of you clicking around and rebalancing and pulling and pushing and clicking confirm and spending a lot of gas and doing a lot of research, this will seek out all of the possible rewards that you can get across a number of chains. And as you can see here, you can pick a number of chains. Boom, we got the base, Ethereum, Arbitrum, Linea, Optimism. And then, of course, here I'm doing all of the different Aave and Morpho pools. So really cool offering that lets you get the highest yield possible while also producing a balance of Aave Linea USDC to spend with your card. Really like this offering. And then, of course, I also just want to note, this has probably been mentioned many times, in addition to the airdrop that we are doing for, oh, sorry, this is the wrong one. I'm in the wrong one. Ignition, there we go. In addition to the airdrop that we are doing for all the wonderful activity that you've contributed to Linea, you may know that we do have the Linea Ignition campaign going on as well. And if you are using our card to spend Aave USDC, well, you're even more rewarded. So in this case, you know that USDC provision to Linea is in fact rewarded each week. So imagine this for a moment. You decide to spend Aave Linea USDC. You get right now, of course, it's variable, something like 3.57. In addition to that, through the boosted yield, you can get another 2.4%. And then as well, it makes you a participant in the Linea Ignition, where the rewards will come October 27th. So again, we were really trying to make this the most rewarding card in the world. Yeah. Now, beyond DeFi, I know that DevCon's coming up. I know the token's coming up. I don't know if you've all seen travel.metamask.io. We launched this last month. We're super proud of it. I've searched DevCon here, the weeks of DevCon for Buenos Aires, and you can see some really sick offerings. So we, through negotiations, through the scale we have as a card issuer and through our partners, and just being MetaMask, we are able to have kind of like algorithmic negotiations with a number of hotels that ensure very steep discounts. So you can see here, I filtered a 4 and 5 star. If you don't want to go that crazy with it, you can do 3 stars. We even got apartment hotels, executive apartments, bed and breakfast, etc. But I mean, even at 4 or 5 star, I think this Buenos Aires stays pretty nice. 8 nights for $741 because we are getting you a 58% discount. Now, I'll be real with you. You can then get that discount with any card. You don't actually have to use the MetaMask card. As long as you use MetaMask Travel, you can get it. But when you use the MetaMask card, you'll get an additional 5 to 7% cash back upon checkout. So if you're a metal card user, we'll give you your 3% USDC cash back. And if you're virtual, 1%, but then we apply another 4% at the checkout. So if I were to check out on this one, in addition to the discount that's already been applied, I'm getting an additional 7%. And if you don't believe that these are real, you don't have to take my word for it. Although, you know, I'm a pretty honest. I think you can trust me. Out against
I even
another.
tested a lot.
Sorry, Francesco, what was that?
No, I said I even tested a lot
Yeah,
in the
if
past
you want to
weeks.
go to booking.com,
So I'm definitely
go to the websites, check it out, see anywhere that you think may have a better deal, compare them. These deals are real. There's a Novotel on CDMX I always stay at in Polanco that sometimes pops up here that I was shocked at the differential in price that I got. Let me stop sharing there for a minute. Yeah, sorry, Francesco, you were going to say some more about the traveling?
No. I mean, I'm testing like the travel kind of like feature myself for the past kind of like weeks, and it's amazing. And on top, you get the cashback plus the 4% if you're on metal. So there is a lot of like interesting things. And but one thing's for sure is that after showing me all this, Daniel, I know who will buy coffee next time. So with all these kind of like yields, it's kind of like, you know, start to get very interesting. And yeah, I mean, so many things are happening right now in terms of kind of like Linea and MetaMask work together. I'm definitely super interesting, you know, to see what you just explained around the other rewards, all the metal and all the even coin community cashbacks. So I think like we have
Can I
limited
give my
time
sneak
here, but
preview? Can I make
you know,
marketing
I mean,
that? Can I make PR and
please,
market? Sorry,
please.
Nicole. Sorry to the other Nicole. Sorry to James. I do love because this community is so nice to me and so invested in the card. I usually give some sneak previews of stuff that, you know, corporate like communications work. You're supposed to like only announce stuff at the moment for maximizing PR, but I love this community. I'm just gonna tell you. You know, MUSD is coming out. Our new MetaMask stablecoin. We will be allowing spending in MUSD as of September 15th. So that's right around the corner. We're really excited for that. You may know that there's already an Aave proposal for us to have MUSD and Linea, so you'll be able to spend shortly AMUSD as well. That's a big one. And then in terms of other regions, I can't exactly tell you everything, but you know we're live in Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Colombia in Latin America. We have gotten the confirmation that we will be able to expand to almost every other country in Latin America, I think excepting Venezuela and Cuba for regulatory reasons, within like a month. So Latin America is coming very, very soon. The Gulf states are coming very, very soon. I need to do a little bit of paperwork with my friends at MasterCard, but I think all my friends in the UAE who've been chasing me down, all my Dubai friends are going to have some very good news soon. Also, you live in Bahrain or Saudi Arabia, et cetera, we're going to have. And then I won't say which, but we will have an African country that has been very excited about the MetaMask card very soon. We've had some very positive developments. I won't say wait. Well, I mentioned we're going to have a number of Central African countries by the end of the year. That's definitely true, but there's one in particular that I've been getting a lot of work. I know that's very close to Francesco's heart. So just trust that we are working very hard to keep delivering for you. There's going to be some hospitality and dining rewards coming out soon. New countries, new rewards. We're really pumped. I'm pumped for the Linea TG. I'm pumped for the Linea team. And I'm always pumped to be here with my good friend Francesco. Thank you so much for letting me come on and talk about this.
No, Daniel, I mean, it's always a pleasure, right? I'm always just asking my question, you know, like when you actually sleep, right? I mean, you're working on expansion with the team, you know, like you're working on the entire, yeah, that you are, I think, coffee. What kind of
It's a
coffee is
little
that? I mean,
espresso. I brewed a
it's
little
really
espresso,
working
pop some
well.
ice in it so I can be ready for this early morning Linea call.
Nice. I mean, Daniel, I mean, is there anything? I mean, I think here at this core on MetaMask card is the true collaboration with Linea. You know, like where do you see this kind of like collaboration, you know, going? We have a lot of kind of, you know, ecosystem like partners offering like, you know, like sub kind of like service on top of the card, leveraging the Linea ecosystem. Where do you see this is going? What are the use cases that you feel this is something that we need to tap further without kind of like, you know, publicizing too much?
I'll
It's just
publicize
us
a
right
lot.
now
Yeah.
talking.
So again, like number one is you can build without us. We happen to like the MetaLend team. We, you know, they have arrangement with our portfolio team where they're featured in our portfolio DApp. We work with them pretty closely. I like the MetaLend team, but if someone did something like the MetaLend team and I hated them, I couldn't stop them. Right? Like if someone if maybe I'll share my screen again really briefly, just to recall what MetaLend's doing is MetaLend has like a yield optimizer that rebalances every week across all the different Aave and Morpho pools across multiple networks, but retains a little bit of Aave Linea USDC for you to spend with your, or the amount that you want. It could be 50%, 10%, whatever. They built that. We like them. I do a webinar with them. They live in New York like me. I'll hang out with the guys. I like the team, but just imagine you're a team that I hate. Nothing is stopping you from creating some type of like DeFi project that wraps in the card. Secondly, the card is a proof of identity. If you go to the Linea scans, you can see all the EOAs that have delegated to it. You don't know who they are, but you know that they're all KYC'd, real humans, and you know that they're not just two EOAs sending to each other trying to farm an airdrop. They're out buying pizza and shoes in real life. So what I'd like to see really more than anything, whether I hate you or whether I love you, I have no control on whether you do this. But if I love you, I'll give you a tweet and stuff too. We will do a webinar together. Is I would love to start to see DeFi protocols like use the card as an identity mechanism to like incentivize activity. So imagine this. This is one that I always bring up, and I'd love to see. Hey, if you work with a DEX, call me up because I really want to see this. Imagine you have a DEX and you want to track more activity. Because the card spend proves someone's a real person. What if you took your governance token of your DEX and you started giving some people terrible rewards? You gave them like 1/10 of 1% cash back for all their spend with the card. Okay. That's not great, right? But then there's multipliers. And one of the multipliers is if you are an LP of at least $2,000, you go up to 50 bips of 1% in cash back. If you supply $10,000, you go up to 1%. If you do 15 trades a month, you go up to 2%. If you do 30 trades a month, you go up to 3%. So you can give like maybe, you know, a range of 10% of 1% to 3% in cash back in your token to users of your DEX for their card spend, but it multiplies as they are both traders on the DEX and LPs, right? Which is, you know, ultimately what DEXs want to attract. I make the DEX example, but you can imagine doing this in lending. You can imagine doing this in like an NFT project. You can use our card to have proof that somebody's real. You can have not just proof of, you could have proof of like kind of like income in a way. So you could do not just MetaMask card holders. You could like reward only MetaMask card holders who spend at least $10,000 a month, right? And then you know the person's probably wealthy. You could do MetaMask card users that spend AUSDC. That way you know that, you know, even if they spend a little, they're both like a spender and a user of DeFi. So would love for folks to just build stuff without my permission. And if I hate it, you know, F me, I have no control over it. That's permissionless innovation, right? But I do want to work together with them. And as Francesco noted, we are building more and more stuff. You know, we have the Aave integration for earning the yield. But we want to get more into credit. So we are pretty hard at work on looking at how we can look at different credit mechanisms, which I think is something we want to build over the next quarter. So if you're in DeFi, we'd love to work for you. If you're in TradFi, basically, I would love to have like something like a gauntlet pool that you could put ETH in and take a loan out in MUSD. I would also like, because we're a credit card, to give people an unsecured credit line. Hey, if your credit score is 600 or whatever, I'll give you a $10,000 credit line. But also maybe because we're KYC'd, I'd like to partner with a TradFi. So if you have other assets, like if you have the SPY index fund for the S&P 500, if you have 2,000, you deposit, we'll give you some MUSD. And then we have a credit tab where you can have all kinds. You can have DeFi credit collateralized. You can have DeFi under collateralized. You can have traditional securities or asset lending, or you can just get an unsecured credit line. And what I really want is folks to have the optionality to do all those at once. And that takes partners. So I definitely love to partner there as well.
I mean, one sure things, Daniel, and I'm seeing also in the chat, you know, like, you know, everyone want to work with you, right? So a lot of stakeholder you kind of like mentioned here. And, you know, if you're hearing this, it's kind of also a call to action, you know, always connect to Daniel. He has always, I think, not apart coffee, your doors are always kind of like open, you know, to chat anything kind of like card, Linea and beyond. So thank you so much, Daniel. It's a pleasure to have you this morning, and looking forward to more things happening around.
Momentous day. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, Nicole, Suze, Milan, Declan, everyone who's done all the work to get us here. It is a beautiful, magical day for Linea. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniel. Okay. So now let's actually move to our next kind of like big section. So right now we spoke about everything around kind of like Linea DeFi. We have different guests from EtherX, MOX, Aave, Euler, Zeroland, and more. So I think like this is very core of my passion, right? Everything is around kind of like DeFi, yields, optimization. It's actually super important, not just for user, but also for builders out there. So let's actually like welcome our first guest of this kind of like DeFi specific marathon to Linea TG Countdown. Trentor, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank
Welcome.
you, thank you, thank you. And I love following on behind Daniel as well. He's got such passion, but it really helps you work
Oh
out,
yeah.
there are so many opportunities when we start to look at decentralization, to look at how you can actually spend, how you can do things. Yeah, he and I have been talking for a long time. We can't wait to keep building. So it's great stuff.
Oh yes, we run together. I think like Card, EtherX. There is so many kind of also like work streams that there is around optimization, and I think one big thing that is kind of like make things coming home is Linea, right? Kind of like the Ethereum chain. So I think when we're speaking about EtherX, do we want to give some colors here, like kind of like your background, why, what is EtherX in a kind of like a nutshell? I think people here in the chat are already kind of like mentioning, but let's hear from you, the trend.
Well, it's good. It's good to hear all the Rexes, all the T Rexes coming in, getting excited. So, look, EtherX is it is new, and I mean that's what's exciting about it. But it's built on really years of experimentation and people perfecting things, in particular across decentralized exchanges. So, look, a lot of the community, a fair chunk, I should say, have come across from the days when we were Nile. But that was, I don't want to say ancient history now, although the rich irony, of course, with the Egyptian theme. But the Nile itself really was part of that MetaDex initial structure on Linea, and EtherX has grown in partnership directly with Linea to really build out what is a MetaDex is kind of like a corny term nowadays that everyone's moved away from, but to really move into a system to scale the entire Linea ecosystem. And I'll talk about that and how that works in just a second. But you know, to be able to be sort of like at this founding layer where Linea's rebirth in many ways, to be sort of that core DeFi infrastructure to enable things to sort of develop has been, it's been the ride of a lifetime for many of us, but for a lot of the community too, just to really see their convictions play out in what is good tech and what is a great chain, that the Linea vision and the Ethereum vision. So yes, exciting times. I think the key thing I wanted to sort of start off with, and I think there's a few different I suppose there's different opinions, different ways on things can play out. But if you have deep alignment, if you have alignment between a chain, in this instance, Linea, and you've got great tech, of course, backing it up, if you have that alignment in the first place with your DEX, your native DEX, then what you can do is you can create a system. I know it's flywheel is something we've all heard before, and it gets thrown around. Usually just means Ponzi. That's not what this is. What we're talking about here is if you can actually have that, you can develop a real flywheel because the ecosystem gets to invest in itself. So that's what's so exciting about such a, I suppose, such a partnership like this. And I'll explain it just a little bit. So the way the structure works is, and the old VE33, the theory was everybody believes in the future of this ecosystem. They believe in the future fees. They believe in where the ecosystem is going. So that's what the idea of VE33 was back in the day. And the way that sort of plays out when you have chain alignment is you actually have Linea as the actual ecosystem now able to invest in itself and to believe in itself rather than just throwing away rewards somewhere else. And it does that by having a large percentage of the ecosystem and also by being an active acquirer, really, in many ways, of the actual emissions token. And what that does is it means that when Linea chooses to direct emissions to the pools it needs to direct emissions to, it directs them to the ones that provide value back to the Linea ecosystem. So what pools am I talking about here? I'm talking about USDC ETH. I'm talking about USDT ETH. I'm talking about some of the stable pools. I'm talking about all those different pools that drive volume and drive capital flows across the ecosystem. And Linea puts themselves in a place where they can actually do that themselves. They can direct where that goes. And then when we get great new products, and I know you've spoken to a different number of groups here, Linea also has the ability to supercharge their launches by directing emissions back to those pools as well. So hopefully that part makes sense. But the key, this is the best part about it. Rather than with a Uniswap model where you might sort of like incentivize on Merkle or some other, some other system, in this instance, all that Linea needs to do is actually invest in itself to buy itself more voting power in the future to keep directing more of those rewards. So it kind of it gets bigger and better, and it creates value, and it sort of enables the whole flywheel in the motion to keep going. So it's a really, really good system. So that sort of explains some of the MetaDex part. But there's a real danger now, of course, because I'm about to jump into X33 and get super excited there. So I'll pause, make sure I made sense, and then please continue, Francesco.
No,
It
I
can't be
mean,
40 minutes of me talking
no,
nonstop.
look at
So,
Arthur. No, this is great. This is great. I mean, there is a lot of kind of like these different insights, and you give also like a story around, kind of like how EtherX started. So you kind of also mentioned already kind of, why you choose kind of to build this on Linea. I know you're also like excited about this kind of like EtherX three token model. Do you want to kind of like touch a
do
bit
I?
on
Do I
that
ever?
and give even like
Yes, I
some
would love to.
background?
So Rex itself, Rex is the emissions token. That is the fully liquid token, and that is what is directed to pools each week. And so you will have seen emissions tokens in many other places, and Aero is always a good example. So the aerodrome model on base, sort of certainly something where aiming at size-wise, or clearly not on token structure-wise, because we've moved beyond that, but certainly aiming for that size as a first milestone. That emissions token, the Rex token, is the fully liquid one and is part of, you can trade that, you can put it in LPs if you'd like to, but you receive that for being an LP. If you want to get involved in the system though, what you do is you will stake your Rex and you'll put that into X Rex, right? That X Rex, you can now vote on pools, much like I said before, how Linea does itself. You can vote on specific pools, and in return, you'll receive either any incentives, but importantly, the fees that go on that pool. So as an XRX voter, you're incentivized to vote for where the best incentives and fees are, of course, which provides the best, keeps that flywheel going, right? Makes things work. What's interesting, if you want to exit your XRX position, you can do that at any time. So unlike the previous VE NFTs where you had to, it was a 4-year lockup and then you had to find a secondary market, you can now exit at any time with a 50% fee. So if you had 100 Rex, you locked it into XREX, you voted for say 6 months or a year, and then you chose to exit back out again, you would have 50 Rex now liquid that you could then sell. So in other words, you're getting a 50% haircut, right? The key thing here is the difference is a lot of people have liquid Rex and a lot of people have XREX, but people think to themselves, hold on, the guys on the XREX, they're going to exit, but they're going to lose 50%. But I would love to have some of that XREX. So do I have to lock it and then those two can never meet, right? So the market naturally needs to find somewhere where those two competing things can meet, right? Either you're the Rex locker who wants to lock into XREX, or you're the XREX guy who wants to exit and then don't want to have to pay the full 50%. So what I'm getting at here is there's clearly a market in between these two, right? And that's where Rex 33 comes in. So Rex 33 is essentially the fully liquid XREX sort of token that also does a bunch of other things that are good for the ecosystem and particularly good for the voter. So hopefully it's making sense on the first two. We've got Rex and we've got XREX, right? No longer do you have these long lockups, all that 4-year FUD and fear and extra friction, that's all gone. And we've now got Rex 33. All right, so what is Rex 33? Well, this is the best token. This is the thing that makes the most sense for the whole ecosystem. Rex 33, fully liquid. It votes for you optimally every week. So you don't need to go through and try to compete with everybody else. It votes optimally every single week on the pools that are there. And then afterwards, it goes through a process of swapping those rewards into more XREX. So getting it into Rex or to Rex 33, but basically compounding that position. So what happens over time is your 1 XREX in the first week, your 1 Rex 33 was equal to 1 XREX. The next week, your 1 Rex 33 is equal to 1.01, then 1.02, then 1.03. And you can see how it just continues over and over, because what it's doing is it's auto compounding you back into more and more voting power. And of course, if you want to exit back the other way to vote on pools again directly, you can. But in this instance, you've got a fully liquid, auto compounding, optimized voting token that sits there in the ecosystem. Right. So that is what the Rex 33 really is. It's a fantastic sort of really advance in DeFi's and tokenomics. What it means you can do though is so much more. So you can now deposit that into lending platforms, for example, if you want to borrow against it. So you have something that is an increasing token, much like as if you had wrap staked ETH, for example. You deposited that in, you can borrow against your Rex 33 position and then come back in at LP even more. You can stake it. Sorry, not stake it. You can put it into an LP if you want to earn that way. You can do any number of different things with your Rex 3.3 because what you know you're doing is investing back into the ecosystem and investing in the actual token you hold yourself. Last thing I'll say to it. You remember before I talked about how, in the V33, Linea in this instance has, in that 3.3 model, Linea invests in itself by having a big position in XREX, right? Because every week it votes and builds more. Rex 3.3 does the same. So you've now got all of Linea's position and all of the Rex 3.3 position actively buying Rex on market, locking it back in, and then increasing the flow of the ecosystem. That is a large percentage of the voting power every week that is being actively used to get back into voting for more and more of that Rex. Now, if that doesn't indicate something or a system that is focused on growth and focused on investing in its future, I don't know what does. And to me, that suits the Linea storyline and believing in something, as we keep saying, very nicely. Because volumes on Linea at the moment are 100 million, maximum 200 million on any given day. Let's times that by 10 in the near future, and that's what everyone who's in EtherX is certainly looking at, because we're expecting those volumes to go up, we're expecting those fees to go up, and we believe in the long-term future of Linea. So the system is structured for it. I don't want to say it is written, but you get the idea, right? That's certainly how it's developing. So now the 3-token model, I will say, we know it's optimized. But some dude with a great haircut like myself telling you that doesn't necessarily mean you understand it from the start. If you have any issues, you can go to the docs, you can come and talk to us again, whatever you need to. But if you want to remember anything, Rex 3.3 helps you invest in the system, auto votes, auto compounds. It's the easiest way to get into the system. So I would, not financial advice, but certainly Rex 3.3 is the easiest system as retail or someone who isn't fully across it yet to get into it and really believe in something with Linea.
We definitely believe in something. I mean, Trentor, I think you mentioned a couple of times. I think also that is a great way to kind of build, engage, and actually scope out something that is in the interest of a community, also for future narrative, right? Because those are not just are sustainable and resilience incentives, so it makes totally sense.
Well, good. I'm glad. Sorry, that's great.
Oh, of course. And I think also one thing that you were kind of passionate about a bit is also speaking about kind of the differentiator around kind of compare an aerodrome or kind of a shadow models. Kind of trying to understand
Yeah, it's
also
good. Yeah.
different kind of strategies and ways. You want to maybe
Yeah, I
talk
think
a
that
little
makes
bit about
sense.
this kind of
So
differentiator?
Aerodrome really did a lot of great stuff. Wonderful protocol, but this is the next step past that really. And so the Aerodrome model with VE Aero, and look, I would never throw shade at those guys and what they're doing on base. It's fantastic, but in many ways that structure relies on friction, right? And when I say friction, I mean you as somebody who wants to invest in the future of base and to collect the fees, you need to lock into a VE NFT. And that is, in order for you to maximize that position, you need to do it for 4 years. Now, there are third-party protocols who help you to try to, to leave earlier, etc. But in reality, you can't leave your position. With Rex 3.3, you can do that. And in fact, with XREX, you can leave at any time in your position. You don't have that friction. So what does that really mean? Well, all the good things are still there, right? It's still a competitive farming model. Concentrated liquidity means people are competing to provide the best liquidity, which gives the best trades, the best volume, all that good stuff that we know makes a good decentralized exchange. But in this instance, because you don't have that friction and you've actually allowed the token holders to leave, you give them the option to do a few things. One is deposit their Rex 3.3 in DeFi. Like I said, you can borrow against it because it's fungible. It can be sold. It can be liquidated if you want. You can do any number of things, right? But it also means if you were, for example, and I'm certainly not talking on behalf of anybody, but if you were a big company who wanted to hold assets on your balance sheet, in the future, in the past, sorry, holding your VE Aero as an example, or even your VE Nile in our old system, was problematic because you couldn't price it. You couldn't work out how to dispose of the asset. So if you needed to liquidate, you'd have to go onto some third market, hope that you can find, a Moonram or a Trantor or someone else who's busting to get into the ecosystem, and then try to sell it at, at a discount. Whereas in this instance, that's not what happens. That friction is gone. So if you're a holder of Rex 3.3, or you're an entity, or you're some very large organization, you can hold, you can hold 100 million one day worth of Rex 3.3 if you want to, with the knowledge that if you need to sell down 10% or 20% or buy up or whatever, you can do that. You can hold it and value it on your balance sheets, and then still be part of the broader X 3.3 believe in the ecosystem scenario. So I guess if you had to take away a couple of things, one would be all the good parts of Aero remain. The friction that includes for token holders with the VNFT is gone, and now you've got an auto compounding, fully liquid version you can do instead. So it's really is the next stage, and it's again something exciting to be bringing to Linea. I mean, it's great. This is only the second of these models that exists anywhere. Shadow was the first on Sonic, and there's a couple lessons we learned there doing things, just optimizations really. And as we come across the Linea, this is the best model out there, and is battle tested and ready to go to help Linea. So again, exciting stuff and exciting to learn about.
Yeah, I mean, I think the compounding stuff is also what made me kind of like exciting, right? There is a kind of like a very active components on the DeFi side, right? It's not just a staking, right? You're actually contributing. You understand how is kind of like the future look like. So there is different kind of like parts of the game here. And you kind of mentioned a bit, Trentor, but in terms of like benefits, I'm right now a user. How does kind of like this innovation benefits both the user side, but also on the liquidity pool
Yeah,
side?
good point.
And then we kind of like move a
Yeah,
bit.
no, that's good. So I think it does it in a few areas, right? So if you're, as we said before, if you're nervous about DeFi, if you don't know what you're doing, Rex 33 is the easy answer, right? If you want to get involved in LPs and take the next step and really understand how trading works and then start to earn your own Rex, then what you'll find at the moment is because of the way the system's structured, that the emissions token has significant value. And so jumping into an LP, a liquidity pool, and being one of the providers, competing for the best liquidity is extremely profitable because you've got emissions that are coming along and providing outsized returns. So if you look at almost any of the pools in any of the even the LRTs, the stables, etc., you're getting better returns on Linea than you are almost anywhere else. And then combine that with Ignition campaign, which is currently ongoing, and it's looking pretty damn good. So for those of you who are interested in getting involved in LPs, what you can do is you can work out, okay, what assets am I happy to put up for other people to trade? And that's kind of the key point. So if you want to get into a CL pool vice a stable pool, there are different pools and they have different yields for a reason. The stable pool will allow you to put in an equal amount of two assets, and it'll basically sort of stay relatively, although the value of those might go up and down, it'll stay sort of like relatively, you'll have a relative amount. You won't be never completely out of the position, right? And this is the old classic Uni V2 style pools, right? If you go into a CL pool, concentrated liquidity, you just need to understand what you're doing when you get into the pool. Because if you want to earn those crazy APRs that can be on there sometimes, you might have to be a little bit more active in how you manage your position. I don't want to scare people with that. There are still wide pools and various ways you can do it, and I would encourage people to try. But you would have to think to yourself, if I set up my ETH USDC, at what price would I be happy to be all in ETH, and at what price would I be happy to be all in USDC, and maybe put that in your consideration for how you set yourself up in a pool. Now, there are a lot of strategies on how you
Makes
can use
sense.
CL. There's a lot of ways to do it, whether you want to use it as a buy order for that matter, or whether you want to use it as a sell order, or anything that you want to do. You can do so much with CL. It's a beautiful structure. Uh, the standard though is to jump into a pool, ape in like every other DGen in the world, and go as tight as you can, and then to discover that you're out of range a short time later. That's fine too. We all learn by doing that. But I think there's multiple ways you can do it, and exploring how you can set up different pools as you so choose is part of the fun, to be honest with you. Because it's almost gross, right? That like playing with money can be fun without, we're not going to the casino necessarily, but I mean, playing with money and trying to earn can be fun because it's a little bit of math, it's a
Yes.
little bit of graphs, it's a little bit of putting stuff here and putting stuff there, and it's not all or nothing.
Yes.
You're not throwing it and putting it all on red and hoping. You can have your belief and you can try to set it
Of
up and
course.
understand the market. So sometimes it can be a little bit fun to do these things. So I guess, look, I
Oh
got on a
yeah.
tangent, but LPs are a key part to it. And what happens is the emissions tokens value means that LPs are very profitable. And whether you're a professional or retail or however you want to set it up, have a look at the different pools, see what ones are gauged, and work out what you're
Mhm.
comfortable doing. There's a lot of opportunities really for everybody on these pools
Yes.
as Linea continues to grow.
Oh yes, yes. And my always kind of like lesson learned here is always do your own kind of like research, right? Research, educate yourself also deep. One also like this kind of like three that you're speaking about, Trent. Or I think everyone here is super transparent, right? We also like want to have full kind of like way to not just on the education side, but really like transparently also like to look and build. And this kind of like permissional innovation that even Daniel mentioned before, it's super important because building an ecosystem that is sustainable is key.
Yep, exactly right.
And I know we're almost on time here, Trentor. I just want to say, we're approaching Linea TG in a matter of hours. So what is happening next in less kind of like than 30 seconds, right?
Well,
Around
TG is
EtherX,
happening, right? So that's what's
I
going
know.
on. So there's going to be an awful lot of
This is good.
volume happening in the next little while. We can expect Linea tokens in a number of different pools. I can't spill all the beans on all of them, but look, it'll be interesting. It'll be exciting. There's a number of different pools, a number of different groups involved in how these things work. Because there's something as big as Linea. Everyone's got there's a lot of people involved. It's big. It's not. It's just not something
Oh,
small.
yes.
So it's
Oh,
it's
yes.
not ours. It's like we don't own the Linea token clearly, but we're honored to be hosting it clearly as EtherX and excited to scale it. So it's going to be fun. Let's see what happens.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Trentor. It's a pleasure to have you here. Hopefully, like I will look forward also to meet you around. But obviously now with Linea TG happening, we're super exciting also to discuss and invite you, even if it's
Thank you,
virtual.
Calvin. I'll
So
see
thank
you
you so
guys
much
in
also for
Korea
the
and
work that you're
Singapore and all
doing
those
around
places. So
EtherX.
I'll see you see you in real life if you come to those events.
Yes.
So see you later.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Proof of panel, proof of
Yeah, yeah.
Trentor. We are definitely
Exactly.
excited to do so. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much,
See you
Trentor.
later.
Awesome. Okay, sounds good. So let's get started with our next session around Linea DeFi. So we will meet right now Ryan from MYX. Ryan, welcome on stage. And I just want to say in the meantime, it's so great to see so many people actually like chatting in the comments, putting flags out where they're fine tuning in, seeing a bunch of like partners. And yeah, it's great. Please keep going, ask questions, and it's just great to see like so many people active in this chat from all over the world, from all different channels. So Ryan, welcome. It's an honor to have you here. And how are you today? Are you excited like we are right now?
Hey.
Yeah, honor to have you here.
Hey, Francesco.
What's up?
Super excited, super nervous as well. It's a big moment for everyone involved. Mix it's the best, especially. Thank you for having us. It's a great event. Hearing you and Trent are talking brought a lot of inspiration for us as well. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yes. No, it's a pleasure. I think like we can quickly kind of chat about what you're building right now, why it's so relevant in the Linea ecosystem. I think we want to touch a bit perps, and I also want to tell a fun fact here. Like I think in my life I never been in a 4 hours live stream a countdown for a TGE. So we are very excited. Everybody's also so stressed, but I think we're doing the best. The best that we want to do. Right. This is all about empowering community, showing all this transparency, and actually, empowering and showing what the ecosystem is all about. So, Ryan, again, it's always a pleasure really to have you here on the stream. So let's dive in a bit. Like, what is MYX? Why is this so relevant? Why you guys choose Linea? Quickly intro also like about you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the first, Francesco. I always enjoyed the sessions, the live sessions that we had in the past, also with Linea. This one, obviously, the best, the most epic. Yeah, let me sort of intro myself and the protocol a little bit. So, what's up, everyone? Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for joining. I'm Ryan. I'm here on behalf of MYX Finance. You could call it Mix if you prefer. Actually, that's the way that I prefer to call it. So we're building what we believe is the next generation of decentralized perpetual trading. And I think what differentiates Mix as a perpetual protocol is that Mix is a team that's actually trying to solve the real issues, the issues that's actually caused by decentralization. So sticking to ethos of decentralization, trying to serve users that's actually on chain and using wallets instead of centralized systems brings a lot of problems for a trading system for obvious reasons. Things like having enough depth, having sufficient lower latency, having a great capital efficiency for market makers, for LPs, dealing with impermanent losses, stuff like that. We're a team that's actually trying to solve the issues. So MYX as a protocol, Mix as a protocol, from day one, we essentially build the whole thing from ground up. we did obviously learn about all the different designs that different protocols had and the pros and cons of all of those potential models, but we end up building our own, both from like a financial product perspective to the smart contract level. Everything is brand new. So like there's been Make has been live actually for about 2 years now. It's actually a long time, surprisingly. So
Nice.
yeah, it's
Like
OG.
OG
It's
time.
OG already. We're OG on Linea. So like this first stage of Mix protocol as a product is a stage where we're trying to solve issues related to trading costs and that's like trading fee and slippage and liquidity. So what we did is we came up with our own matching point mechanism, which is like a passive market maker or a variation of an order book, which doesn't rely on high sort of throughput and to have like orders published and canceled every second. So we're having this passive market maker that's also at the same time as capital efficient as centralized exchange order books, which allows us to be the most scalable perpetual exchange that exists today. So we're offering like super low trading fees and no slippage for users to trade, trading pairs like Bitcoin. And I think that's a milestone that we have achieved for the past close to 2 years' time.
Ryan, just want to say, like, this is huge, right? What are the current kind of like, perps like landscape problems that you see?
It's just a great question, actually. So I had a really, really long and difficult thought to think about how can I articulate this into something that everyone will relate to. I think perps in general, on-chain or off-chain, is at a stage where, let me define a couple of stages. The first stage is the stage where I think everyone is trying to solve decentralization problems. So being decentralized and being able to offer, low fees, low slippage, great liquidity, and a great range of trading pairs, things like that. And we're doing that. Like I said, over the past 2 years, we have somewhat been able to do that. Things like having a friction. So having friction in user experience where users have to sign every transaction. Think about actually trading perps for a second, right? If you're really trading perps, if you're a trader, you will relate to this, and you saw this trading opportunity, you'd like to buy Bitcoin right now, and then you are popped with a wallet signature, and you're waiting for the RPC to come back with a guess estimate, and like 2 seconds later, the price is already skyrocketed. What can you do? Like things like that, right? We came up with our own standard of what we call seamless trading function, where we are creating this new localized API key that's trading on behalf of the wallet that's actually holding the assets without compromising decentralization or the security of the assets. So things like that, problems like that was caused by decentralization itself. So we're at a stage still today trying to solve all of those problems. And I think going forward, we'll be looking at a stage where all the perps we're trying to actually capitalize on the pros of being decentralized. So this is something that nobody is doing today. Like, if your order book system, systems like DYDX, like Hyperliquid, you gotta have you have yourself a closed system. Essentially, people have to deposit asset into your system, have to transfer the information and asset onto your system before they can use it. Right? It's a closed system, and it creates a lot of efficiency and system speed, if you will. But that on the flip side of that is that being decentralized, right? You have to face other issues, but something of being decentralized that you can capitalize on is actually the composability of being on chain, right? Things like with the Rex 3, right? What we can do with those tokens on Mix protocol is crazy, right? If we have like our tokenized RWA, we're gonna have like influx amount of tokenized RWAs. Being on chain, right? Being right there on chain, being right there with where the assets are issued, where the assets are generated, will be able to be the first hand value for users to actually trade it. So we're at a stage where Mix as a protocol is as a stage where we're moving on from solving issues of decentralization to actually capitalizing advantages that's actually created by decentralization. So things like we're going to have like a new version 2, which is coming. We're going to tease it really soon, I think later this month. But I think this is the first time we ever talked about it in the public. We're building a version 2 of Mix protocol. And this is like a new animal that we're building. It's essentially, in a one sentence, it's a permissionless perp DEX. It's all EVM chain abstracted permissionless DEX. What that allows is what Uniswap has done for spot trading on chain. Essentially, anyone can spin up a perp market for any token at all. So the token doesn't have to have like a central exchange listing. It only needs to have an AMM market, and that's all the requirement. So think about having meme coins, right? The token are born and they're traded, and then boom, they have a perp market for the meme coins. Now you can short the meme coins that you think is trash, or you can speculate or all in on the coins that you really love. And another narrative, tokens like relatively longer tail, relatively newer assets, the asset that has to grow a lot more before they can get noticed by the central exchanges, they can have their value to hedge or to speculate or to long on chain directly. So we're really at a stage where we're trying to capitalize the fact that we are fully decentralized. And to do that, we're going to build this permissionless perp market where we're going to allow every individual token to be traded on chain, and that makes MYX the Uniswap of perp. And on top of that, being able to be like super chain abstracted, being seamless for users when they're trading or crossing chains, those are the things that we're trying to build, and we're shipping that actually later this year.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, the fact that you're saying the Uniswap of perps is super interesting. I also feel like, the flexibility, the kind of like the way that you can build modularity, you spin up your kind of like perps market. You also like feel it's really also like full kind of like on a decentralized setup. And it's just exciting to hear, that, everyone is building right now, like the kind of like the DeFi ecosystem that we envision. And, having you guys part of this ecosystem on Linea is extremely like empowering for everyone hearing you right now. So thank you so much for all the work for you and your team that are putting every day on perps and more.
Yeah, it makes us happy, and being able to push the envelope every day. And I think also the point you mentioned, like we're also thankful for having Linea as a platform, as an ecosystem. I want to touch on that as well, because layer 2s nowadays has become like a super competitive, crowded space. So the days where, if you're building a layer 2 and you automatically become entitled to having a high valuation, having an influx of users and having, a bunch of dApps that's building on it, it's simply gone. So like now you just most likely get a bunch of fork projects, non-original projects, and a bunch of bot users if you're just building a layer 2, and that's it. So I think layer 2 is about having an ecosystem that's built around actual use cases. And we think, Mix think as a team, like Linea has a unique position where it can be like the most competitive player in the space, having entry points like MetaMask that's actually going to bring like genuine real user instead of bots, right? And have a great potential to tap into the new era of having institution players in the space and having tokenized RWs of everything, and the resources of consensus and the experience and the connections with the AVM ecosystem overall. I think the whole thing together just completes a puzzle. So we would naturally would love to be in an ecosystem like that. We're excited. We're super excited for the TG, man.
So excited. Yeah, this marathon for the TG countdown is super interesting, because also not just learning from everyone, but a lot of things are happening. Ryan, thank you so much for your time here. Pleasure to have you. And let's get started with our next section. And I see you probably IRL, Ryan, on next conference. But for now, happy TG. Awesome. Okay, cool. So let's have Colton, my favorite kind of like OG DeFi protocol here. Colton, it's a pleasure to have you here. And right now we have this quick session. Let's try to stay around kind of like 7-8 minutes. We are running a bit of time, but I think it's exciting. I'm big fan of like you guys since even V1, and a lot of things are picked up around Aave. You want to quickly introduce yourself, Colton? It's a pleasure to have you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, I know that running a big stream like this, especially on TGE day, can be a bit chaotic. So congrats on pulling all of this together, and excited for the TGE later today. I'm Colton. I'm the marketing director for Aave at Aave Labs. I focus on a lot of our marketing and growth efforts, especially over the past year and past several months as we've been launching all kinds of new stuff. So it's been a fun journey. I'm excited for a lot of the growth that's been happening on Linea. I think Aave is one of the faster growing protocols on Linea as of late, especially with the launch of the Ignition program just a few days ago. So yeah, it's been good times. I think we're rapidly approaching 2 billion deposits on Aave on Linea, which is super exciting. It makes Linea one of the more successful L2 markets that we have. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to kind of like deep dive directly, like we almost crossed the 2 billion deposits. Do we want to kind of like touch on that? How was the journey? Everything kind of like exploded, like you guys are shipping like there is no tomorrow. But I mean, seeing this kind of grow, it also like made me kind of like, happy that people recognize how powerful is Aave in terms of like reputation, this kind of like OG-ness, but also the fact that, on Linea, it's extremely like important to see as kind of like reputational
Yeah, it
factor.
was really cool to see the DAO kind of rally behind launching on Linea early on. I think the DAO has a very curated L2 strategy when it comes to like where it deploys, and so it's not spraying and praying the Aave protocol everywhere. It's trying to find really calculated bets, and I think Linea was one of those. And I think the numbers over the past few weeks just kind of show that. So really cool stuff. We collaborate in many other ways with Consensus, and so doing cool stuff on Linea is just like the cherry on top.
Look, Colton, I'm like in so many groups, and sometimes it's very difficult because I'm in conversation in multiple groups, and it's so interesting. There's so many layers of collaboration, but I'm one of my most exciting actually like collaboration here is especially on the Linea kind of like DeFi side on Aave. There is so many things, especially also on the developer side that we could even like build together. So that's super exciting. You touch a bit Linea Ignition. Have a role on that, like maybe give some colors, like 30 seconds max here.
Yeah, so a couple of days ago, luckily the Linea Ignition program in terms of how Aave was integrated into it is actually pretty straightforward. Basically, all people had to do was provide liquidity. I think it was to WETH, USDC, and USDT lending pools, and you were able to kind of earn Linea rewards until I think it's until October 26th is like the date that Ignition ends. So it's a pretty straightforward way to interact with Aave. Most users are passive in that way. They just want to supply liquidity. But the benefit of something like this is that people can come in and now have liquidity to borrow and do all of the things they need to do on Linea. So, you're going to have a lot of projects on here throughout the day, and people might need liquidity against their assets to use those different projects. And, by incentivizing the supply side on Aave, that's kind of the best way to give those people the opportunity to do
100%.
so.
100%. And I think like this marathon live stream Linea countdown to TG, I think it made me also the opportunity to speak with so many different kind of layer of the business. And kind of like we touch a bit on MetaMask card before with Daniel. You want to kind of like touch a bit like what is all this about the Aave rewards, this kind of like open source rewards, like the Aave rewards for MetaMask card holder and such.
Yeah, so on the MetaMask card front, I think what's pretty cool is that I don't remember when exactly we launched AUSDC spending on there, but that's kind of the main use case. And so you can, if you deposit USDC on Aave, you can earn yield on your USDC, but then you can go spend that USDC wherever you choose to use your MetaMask card. And so the cool use case here is that you can retain your purchasing power up to the moment of making a purchase, which is pretty much non-existent in any other sort of like fintech or bank offering today. If you're trying to use a high yield savings account anywhere else, that money's locked up, or it has a long withdrawal period or something like this. But if you're deposited in Aave and you want to spend that money, you can do that through MetaMask card now, which is, in my opinion, one of the cooler financial use cases in DeFi at the moment.
Oh yes, and wait for all the kind of like stable coin that they were cooking. There is a lot of like different things happening. Colton, I mean, anything else in terms of like what's popping around? Linea collaborations that we can kind of like publicly say. Any work stream that you're excited about? Kind of like post TG.
I think I'm most excited to see the energy keep going on Linea. Like I mentioned, the Linea market, the Aave Linea market is the fastest growing L2 market of all of our markets. So that's out of like 12 plus networks or something like this. So it's pretty cool to, I don't know, to see the energy enter the ecosystem, see all the projects excited, see you guys excited, and I think that's just going to keep going into the TG and after the TG and all the rest. So I think it's an exciting time to not only be a user on Linea, but also be a builder on Linea. And I think there's many more good things to come for you guys. So I hope you guys have a good stream today, and hopefully everything goes smoothly. And yeah, it's an exciting time. So I would keep an eye out on the Aave market. I'm sure new assets will make their way there over the next couple of months. And so there'll be plenty of opportunities to earn yield, use Aave, and all the rest.
Yes. Yeah, I'm definitely emphasizing also like this part around having builders really like kind of like having and leveraging extra DeFi DeFi subproducts, right? I think like the fact that you have a full permissionless stack, it also implies that you can actually build with permissionless innovation. So there is a lot of like different parts of the game here, and I'm excited. It's not tomorrow. People can actually engage. So also more and more things coming around that. So I mean,
Yeah,
Colton, thank you so
anytime.
much.
Thanks for having me. And check out Aave.com. You'll find the Linea market there, and hopefully there's some opportunities available to you. And if you're a builder, please reach out. We'd be happy to chat.
Oh, sounds good. Awesome. Okay, thank you so much, Colton. It's a pleasure to have you here. I think our collab with Aave is not just going amazingly, but speeding up different kind of like sub products is also what makes our ecosystem more resilient. So I'm sure just looking at the content, at the comments, we love Aave Linea. There is a lot of like different things happening. So
Awesome.
thanks so much for
have a good one.
in.
Yeah,
Awesome.
anytime.
Thanks, Colton.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay. So right now, what we thought about instead of actually having single sessions, what we're doing is a quick actually like Linea DeFi panel, and we will bring like Michael from Euler, Gav from Zeroland, Deadshot from Zeroland, Barna from Malda, and Samson from Astera. So it's actually very cool, and I want to emphasize again, this is an amazing work in terms of like backlog of what is happening. The team behind the scene here to run a 4 hours live stream is actually impressive. So welcome everyone in this 4 hours live stream TG countdown. It's a pleasure to everyone. Let's do a quick round of intro. Michael, you are on my right, so probably you want to kind of start first. Michael, welcome. You want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Michael, co-founder of Euler. Used to be a research scientist, but then got sort of sucked into DeFi about 5 years ago during DeFi summer, and that's where Euler was born. Euler today has been doing very well. We launched our V2 late last year, and 9 months on or so, it's now at 3 billion total deposits. Linea has just been absolutely exploding. Got 300 million there. Things are going really, really well. So and well done to you guys on doing a 4-hour live stream. That's ridiculous.
It's impressive, and I think we are running like different chats and timings. But I mean, our most kind of like proud moment is having all our Linea kind of like ecosystem partner, showing how we collab together on a better and resilient kind of like ecosystem. And this TG is one part of the success here. And you know, there is so many things they're working on that with you guys that you know, like for the community, to the community. So that's very exciting. Okay, Barna, let's move here. You're on my right side. It's a pleasure to see you. I think I'm in probably like 80% of all these live streams that we're doing lately. I'm always seeing you in a lot of like, you know, Ethereum related events. You want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, it's a pleasure to be here. Some Linea OGs, some DeFi OGs and all. My name is Paul. I'm one of the co-founders of Malda, and I'm specifically a ZK Max and how we can complement DeFi, cross-chain components, cross-chain composability, and lending with the power of ZK and building applications in zero ZK VM. So that's what me and my team have been working on for more than a year now, to build the first truly cross-chain DeFi lending protocol that enables this whole new aspect of cross-composability and unlock a bunch of new different DeFi primitives.
Nice. Thank you so much, Barna. It's a pleasure. And I see that you managed to do the virtual background here. Sometimes it's hard in Restream. Okay, Riker, I see you here on my lower right side. You want to quickly introduce yourself? Big fan of Zerland. And go for it.
First off, super excited to be here and great to see our friends, Michael, Barna, Francisco. Like, you guys are all fantastic. Yeah, so I'm Riker. I'm one of the founders of Zerland, and we are one of the OG protocols on Linea. I'm super happy to see the growth of all lending protocols on Linea. It's super amazing to see, and wishing for the best really for Linea and also for Zerland as well. So that's a bit about me and what I'm hopeful for Linea, and yeah, that's it.
Nice. Thank you so much, Riker. It's a pleasure. And I think it's even in one live stream, seeing the same virtual background is quite interesting. So let's move naturally to UV from Astera. You want to quickly introduce yourself?
Welcome, thank you so much for having me. It's very cool to be up here with everyone. I'm UV. I'm one of the founders at Astera. We're Linea native lending protocol credit facility. So ASUSD is our main product. We facilitate collateralized lending through Astera Lend, which has a whole bunch of really cool lending market tech that you won't find elsewhere. And also, we can facilitate under collateralized and uncollateralized loans through our risk management framework, and where we can underwrite those loans. It's very, very cool tech, and very happy to be here. We're like Linea native, fully focused on Linea. We have all of our markets ready to go as soon as that TGE happens, so we can get our oracles in line. We're very excited. So thanks very much.
Yeah, there is so much work that there is so much work also happening kind of like post TGE. We have also a lot of kind of like work streams already ready. So, and working with everyone here, it's been a pleasure during this time. So let's start with a bit like Michael on the Euler side. We want to kind of like mention a bit how Euler works and how kind of like this differentiate you guys from other lending models.
Yeah, so Euler is for builders is essentially like a toolkit for creating credit markets. Allows people to build things in their own image to satisfy different types of risk reward preferences and asset preferences for lenders and borrowers in the market. So you can kind of think it as this plug and play solution to be able to rebuild maybe like a miniature Aave, or like kind of build something that resembles maybe like a Morpho style model of lending. And what we find is that it's very attractive to other parties, third parties that will then come and build their own credit markets on Euler. So we've got one on the call here. We've got ZeroLend, who builders on Euler on Linea, and they come with their own risk management and yield generation strategies in mind, and their set of assets, and create essentially like a structured market. And so we see multiple curators and builders coming to Euler. to create all these different types of credit markets. And yeah, there's already quite a variety, and I think we've already got 4 different curators building on the platform today, and I expect there'll be many more as things scale up from here. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Oh yeah. And credit markets are huge, right? Also in terms of appetite right now. So putting this kind
Yeah,
of like modularity is very important.
that's it. Yeah,
Sounds good.
huge product market fit for credit markets in general, especially as like everything scales in terms of stable coins, as those on board, and that really takes off. Then there's huge demand to borrow as well. There's all sorts of yield bearing assets coming on chain all the time. So I think it's a good time for
Yes.
all of us on the call. Like huge product market fit for the sector as a whole.
Yes, no, it's we're super excited also, like, to have this on the Linea ecosystem. Like it's really like not just nurturing, but we are literally building a DeFi product as we speak in the right way. So that's super exciting.
Yeah.
Question on the zero land side, Riker, how was your kind of like your migration from a Linea OG lending market to a curator on Euler?
Well, a lot of what Michael said makes perfect sense, and we really have to thank the Euler team for building a very flexible product, which allows lending protocols like Zero Lend as well to build more exotic lending markets and make it very curated. And so the way we see Zero Lend kind of evolving in the next couple of months is having all of our TVL in these Euler vaults hosted or deployed on Linea, right? And I think it's a super awesome way of having lending protocols and other projects built on top of Euler, which is super interesting to build on. So the next couple of weeks, months, we're going to be dropping more incentives on our Euler vaults on Linea, and it's already growing quite a bit. So I'm super excited. I think it's the future for at least for Zero Lend, what the future is going to be, and that's it. Yeah.
Nice. I mean, that's exciting. I think everyone here also collaborate in different ways through Linea. You want to kind of like, mention a bit Barna, UV, in terms of a little bit, how you guys kind of like, collab, contributing, what, how you see this kind of like, collaboration going also in terms of like, yeah, in terms of like your product to Linea and the experience so far.
Yeah, so I think like one of the key aspects on how our product fits into the whole ecosystem is that we are in a kind of like in an isolated market situation, quite similar to how like in the past or currently in traditional finance the banks operate, where there are like a lot of barriers for capital movement, different chains, and what actually protocols need the most, DeFi protocols need the most is liquidity, but also to reach any different type of opportunity. And that is, the reason for that is because the LPs, they also want to reach those different type of opportunities. So we created a ZK-based system where our engine settles onto Linea, but our ledger is stored on Linea, and it creates a hub ledger basically on Linea, but the users can access investment opportunities even on different ecosystem, which just provides like these fantastic use cases such as directly arbitraging between different decentralized exchanges, which is kind of an obvious example, but there are also, I strongly believe there are a lot of such opportunities that other protocols can also leverage, or users can leverage using these protocols in this composable system. And that's the key unlock that we believe that we are providing to the Linea ecosystem. And this easy and free capital movement is like really crucial for economic growth, and this just has been proven historically because has been observed in traditional markets that more capital movement unlocks further growth. So we are looking to be this engine that helps this composability with protocols that have for some reason beyond other ecosystems as well, such as mainnet or other rollups.
Yeah, for us at Astera, it's about providing a unique experience for people seeking yield, liquidity providers, and also for the protocols on Linea themselves. So we have features that you can't find on Aave or Morpho or Euler. And I'll admit that I am an Euler fanboy, so it's cool to be up here with Michael. But yeah, so we have a unified liquidity layer that sits on top of all of our isolated markets, which means that for the premium assets on Linea, you will always have very deep liquidity as much as we can absorb it on Astera. And as you deposit through to our isolated mini pools, your liquidity gets routed through the core pool. So even if it's unutilized in an isolated pool, it will continue to earn the base rate that the core pool offers, which means you have this kind of, I won't call it the risk-free rate, but we call it the minimal risk rate, where these pristine collaterals will continue to earn the base rates, and then we can create isolated exposures depending on what liquidity providers want to see, what the protocols want to see, and the perfect example of that is the Rex 3.3 mini pool that we have live now on Astera.
Yes.
We love the EtherX guys. We're very close with them. We love EtherX top to bottom. So we shipped a mini pool for them, and we worked with them to underwrite a line of credit that delivered 4 million. I think it's currently over 3 million ASUSD to their isolated mini pool, so that their Rex 3.3 depositors could borrow that liquidity. A lot of them are farming on EtherX. Some people may have leveraged their exposure. They can do whatever they want with it. But we worked with them to underwrite that risk because there's a cost associated with accessing liquidity. They pay interest, but also it gives them access to liquidity instantly at no cost. So that's a really cool one. And on top of that, for as Michael said, there's a lot of interest-bearing assets coming to Linea. As we curate more and more of these mini pools, we also have a pretty advanced cybernetic control theory based interest rate mechanism that we can tune to accommodate for any of the interest rate performance that liquidity providers want. So all of the friction that comes with the interest rate performance on Aave and on Morpho and sometimes even on Euler, we can overcome all of those friction points just by changing the controller tune and then letting the interest rate settle where it needs to, just using basic control theory. We call it it's like jumping in your car and just hitting the highway and turning on cruise control. You want that to be as smooth as possible, and we can tune that for people. So some cool features, and we're always looking for more Linea protocols to work with us on getting mini pools curated and more interest bearing assets, whatever liquidity providers want to see. That's exactly the mini pools that we want to list for you guys.
Nice. I mean, there is so much kind of like also Linea ecosystem player joining and coming. So I think like that's definitely like a market that is like is being built as we speak, right? So a lot of kind of opportunity there. And I want to kind of like take a step back a bit. And you guys are kind of like the OG of DeFi. I just want to ask you like respectively, like what is the state of DeFi today for users? Like, what do you see kind of like the pain points? Where do you feel like we need to go in order to kind of like, move to kind of like from challenges to opportunity? What is the state today? You can start, Michael, if you want.
I think it's in a great state for people all here and kind of crypto native. A perpetual challenge with trying to onboard outsiders. I was like met a friend yesterday who was talking about how he was investing his like some money and like getting really crappy rates in TradFi, and I told him about all the rates on Euler, and he was like, "Oh, great! When can I get started?" And I was like kind of almost embarrassed to say yes. So you need to get your Coinbase account, and then you need to, get a wallet and all the rest of it. And it's still a lot for people, unfortunately. I think the solution ultimately is probably less about tech, and it probably is about making sure we have DeFi running on the back end, where it can run efficiently for people that are really like crypto native. And still service people like it does today. But then we have like increasingly front ends, which are maybe like more fintech related, or like apps that really simplify it for users. So you can just put in your pounds, and on the back end, those pounds will then be auto converted into stable coins, and then they'll go into some kind of risk adjusted strategy on Euler or wherever. I think that's the nice way. That's the way that we're going to onboard billions more users and like proper retail and ordinary people ultimately. So that's the one I would point out most. I think. I think is something we all need to solve and figure out. But increasingly, this is happening. So we're having lots of conversations in that regard. So I think we'll get there. Give us another 12 months. I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even on the onboarding side, right? The fact, that the Linea and MetaMask are working so
Yeah.
close together, on the MetaMask side, seedless onboarding, the fact that you can actually onboard with SSO and
Yeah.
social logins is already providing a good venues for. But I mean, it's like one thing is onboarding in crypto. The other thing is actually doing valuable DeFi on-chain
Yeah.
stuff, right? So I think they're definitely like, but I think the space is moving so fast in terms of like abstracting the way that we're doing things. What Trentor mentioned about the three T. I mean, it's really cool because we're also moving in a way that we wanna defend the rights for users to have less, less. Yeah, you have different type of audiences, right? You have always kind of like the DeFi consumer that is just want to deposit, and then you have someone that want to actually like be on top of
Yeah.
everything, right? But I think the majority of people onboarding in the space today, they want to have this abstract way, and I think everybody here is actually like moving a lot around this strategy. But I would love to hear also like others. Folks kind of like Barna or Riker or Yuga,
Yeah,
go for
so
it.
in my opinion, like I agree. Like DeFi is, I think it's on the cusp of basically actually becoming what fintech was aiming to become and serving as the backend for this financial system. I'm paying more attention right now to all the developments in agentic economy and agents, because I think that's going to be like a much stronger unlock over the next 1 to 2 years. And I believe that is going to be like the system via the users are going to be onboarded to crypto directly. Simply because of the complexity that you guys were also discussing here. I think that complexity is abstracted away, but DeFi also, I think we can also say it kind of works because it's complex. Like if it would be simple, then there would be some huge intermediaries that are taking all of those fees, which is why I don't touch banks anymore. Just using my MetaMask card, of course, for all the payments.
Nice, love it. And I mean, you touch here on something that we can also like deep dive a bit, but I totally agree on the agentic economies. We also hear big shout out to before while Susie was speaking with on the AI side with Marco. He's the co-author of A004, and I think there is a lot of like different streamline that DeFi can benefit on automation. But I think automation between DeFi protocol, but also automation to actually like run abstracted experiences. What basically, Michael, you were kind of mentioning. Cool, Riker, go for it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to
No,
backtrack.
so first off, the tech is improved. So I really wish there were protocols like Euler and Morpho back in 2021. So we're here in 2025, and a lot of tech is improved in DeFi. So one is you're seeing more innovation coming in, and two is hopefully with Linea and the MetaMask angle, right? Of course, the Linea token is going to go live pretty soon. That's exciting. Hopefully, the MetaMask angle is going to play a huge role in getting a lot of users coming into the Linea ecosystem, Linea dApps, everyone here, right? So I'm hoping that, yes, the tech gets even better. Users get more accustomed to using DeFi and, would need a lot of support from MetaMask, from all of these big distribution channels, right? And so that's really how I think the Linea story goes. It is going to piggyback a lot on MetaMask. It's going to, of course, the tech is getting better, and that's just going to make DeFi accessible to everyone. So that's really our take on it.
Sounds good, Riker. Yeah, I agree. I mean, technology stack is getting better, but I think also like developer tooling on DeFi for actually like builders to extend functionality on top of like each one protocol, I think it's also getting better. We see a good traction also around Linea builders. There is a lot of kind of like appetite to actually like leverage everyone kind of like protocol and tooling to build extra tooling and I think this is happening. The speed also how things are moving forward around DevX is also speeding up, and I think also like there is a lot of feedbacks and needs of new kind of like generation of tooling. And I really always do the comparison around like Aave hooks. We really saw like from V2 to V3 a lot of kind of like improvements around developer tooling, and I super appreciate because without hooks people cannot actually like leverage and build actually like extra products and actually like leveraging kind of like this part of the game. Okay, that was just one kind of like sideline conversation. Yuvi, you wanna go
Oh
next?
yeah, sure. Astera is very new, so for us, we really have to pick our battles. I agree with everyone that onboarding and agentic tooling, hook development, all of these things are hugely important, and they're what differentiates DeFi from TradFi. Um, for us at the moment, we are focused on providing users with optionality, but without complexity. And that's as simple as structuring your own risk and reward, controlling your exposures. If you've got 10 ETH, you can deposit that into the core pool, and then from the core pool, you can allocate a small amount to whatever exposures you want. You can direct maybe 2 ETH to the Rex 33 mini pool. You can direct a lot of your ETH to the LRT mini pool if you'd like. We have our Linea mini pool that is gonna finish launching as soon as TGE is done and the oracles are secured. So you can deposit some into there. So for the user, you can control your RNR without taking on any additional risk, because whatever mini pool you end up in, your rates are going to reflect the borrowed demand of that exposure, and the controllers will manage your liquidity risk on your behalf. So for us, we're just focused on providing the user with the best experience possible, trying to overcome a lot of friction, trying to overcome a lot of fragmented liquidity issues that are found elsewhere, and just keep all of that yield on chain in the ecosystem, and supporting linear protocols.
You touched a couple of times on the Oracle side. You want to kind of deep dive a bit, what are kind of like what will happen, post TG on the Oracle side and this mini pool. I think that's
Yeah,
giving
sure. So
colors to
for
that.
us, we like Pyth oracles for a lot of our markets, and they're pretty much as soon as TG is good to go and Pyth is happy that their oracles are secured and that they've got all the right mechanisms in place, we'll basically get set up as soon as they give us the thumbs up, and our mini pool will be ready. You can deposit your Linea tokens, access liquidity, do whatever you want to do, structure your RNRs however you want. All of our stuff is already deployed. So yeah, I'm not sure what else I can add to that.
No, I think that's good. I think a lot of people were asking also like, what's a mini pool specifically versus
Yeah,
a
okay.
normal pool, kind of, I don't know, trying to understand. I understand also the customization part, but maybe you kind of like, you wanna
Of course.
touch a bit, like, what does it mean? Okay, you
Of
can
course,
still your
sure.
own mini
So
pool.
you can think of, if you think of the Aave core instance on Ethereum mainnet, you can think of that as like our core pool. And then the other Aave instances where you have like Lido instance and Athena instance and all these kind of other instances, but they're still on mainnet, you can think of those as mini pools. So in our case, we have, Ethereum, USDC, USDT, and BTC. BTC we currently have capped just while liquidity grows, but for Ethereum, USDC, and USDT in the core pool, that's what we consider pristine collateral at this stage of Linea's growth, and we're hoping that MetaMask USD makes its way into there very quickly. And then under that liquidity layer, you can just think of mini pools as like isolated markets. It's very similar to Aave structure. In one of them, the LRT mini pool, for example, just has core pool assets, and then we have Easy ETH and wrapped staked ETH, just LRTs on Linea that have deep liquidity. So if you supply to that pool, you're only exposed to those assets. In the Rex33 mini pool, we have our core pool assets along with ASUSD, which is our stablecoin, and Rex33. So if you supply to that mini pool, you're exposed to those assets. So if you want to supply your, Ethereum tokens and you don't want exposure to Rex33, you can just supply to the LRT mini pool, and your assets will be directed through the core pool into the mini pool. It's kind of like the mini pool borrows from the core pool without interest. Like the accounting is taken care of on the back end, and so you get your interest rates just get kind of added on top of one another. It's almost like you've deposited your A token, if you can think of it in the Aave context. So if you're earning 2 or 3% in the core pool, and there's a little bit of extra demand in the mini pool for people who are looping LRTs, for example, you might be earning 2 or 3% in the mini pool, which would give you 6% on your Ethereum. So
Nice.
they're just isolated markets, and in the case of as we pursue partnerships with interest-bearing assets and protocols, they might want to structure a mini pool for their liquidity providers to be able to loop up and do whatever they want to do, and they might want to isolate their exposures, which gives us the ability to take an interest-bearing asset and whatever they want to loop against it, create a mini pool just for those two, and throw some crazy market parameters at it if that's what they want to do, and we can create those super efficient loops without those the kind of interest rate friction that you get at very high utilization in some other protocols. We can kind of overcome that friction and just have a much smoother controller response.
Nice. I really like the fact that you can also customize those mini pools. So there is a lot of interesting things. Okay, I think we touched a bit before on kind of like Linea ignition, and this is kind of like mostly for you, Riker, Michael, kind of like what Euler and Zero Land kind of like roles were in Linea ignition. How was the experience? Is there anything that you will have done kind of like different? What were like your insights there?
Yeah, I can start. So,
Oh,
or Michael, you can go. Yeah, why don't you start?
No, you go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's great to see a lot of new TVL coming into Euler and Aave. These are some great protocols that we want to welcome to Linea. And also, hopefully, more protocols blue chip protocols come into Linea. So, one is that I'm super happy to see a lot of growth on Euler and Aave. And obviously, from Zero Lens side, we want to capture some of that growth as well. Even for Zero Land as well, I think we'll also be having the Linea token on Euler pretty soon. So we expect to curate that as and when that goes live. But yeah, again, it's great to see and welcome a lot of the blue chips coming in. So I think the growth has been fantastic, and great job to the Linea team on that.
To echo that, I don't really have any feedback. Like it's been executed impeccably, I would say. Like lots of growth on Euler and lots of growth on other great protocols too. I mean, the credit protocols really are the like foundation of an like a financial ecosystem, right? They're what really helps everything grow. Once you get credit protocols coming, people are leveraging, deleveraging. That drives volumes to the dexes. That gives the dexes the purpose, gives the LPs something to feast on. Yeah, it's really the foundation for the ecosystem to blossom from here. So I think it's been done really, really well. You know, pre TGE as well to get to where we are. I think you yeah, should give yourselves a pat on the back. Very, very well done.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
the world's like starting post TG. A lot of like things are happening. Okay,
Yeah.
and I think we're almost at time here. But we have another kind of like 6-7 minutes. I just want to kind of like ask every one of you guys, like, so what you guys are cooking right now that you can kind of like disclose a bit, what is happening kind of next, respectively. I mean, you kind of like mentioned already a bit, UV, but let's actually start on the Euler side, Michael. So what's coming next? Yeah.
We're prolific on the building side. We've shipped a lot already this year. We've of course done main Euler. We've got Euler Swap, which came out, which is a way to build DEX markets on your Euler account, so that you can allow people to swap and bring you extra yield effectively. That's been really, really effective on other networks. Prior to now, we've done $3 billion on mainnet, so very excited to bring that to you guys and start to see driving volumes on Linea too. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's still more of still some UX work to do on our end to make it a bit more friendly for people. But I mean, the results we've had have been absolutely incredible, and it's I'm getting like 30% APR on swap fees and things on stables. So very excited to bring that. We've also got a new set of products in the works, which we're going through audit and hopefully shipping soon, which are more related to problems that UV highlighted. You know, borrowing rate. One of the main use cases for credit markets is essentially performing these carry trades, where the lenders of the non-yielding stable end up being more like a senior tranche that's protected by over collateralization, whereas the people looping are generating higher yields but taking on board some credit risk and liquidity risk. And one of the problems that they face is what happens when the borrowing costs are unpredictable. The variable rate in a lot of protocols sometimes make them net negative. So fixed rate products have been tried in the past and haven't necessarily been met with huge success. But I think it was maybe just too early for them, and we're going to be launching some really, really innovative and new fixed rate products very, very soon, and hope to see all our curators, Zero-Lend here. Hopefully, we'll get a taste of that and be able to experiment. And certainly, we'll be bringing those to Linea. Maybe in a month or two.
Sounds good. Who wanna go next, Barna?
Yeah, so on our side, we are wrapping up our second audit. So we're really gearing up to putting the protocol into live mode as soon as possible and feasible, of course. And after that, we are really looking towards expanding. Like, one of our key value propositions is that there is a lot of composability unlocks, not just cross-chain, but single-chain strategies that you actually gain by leveraging zero-knowledge proofs, which is a native core part of our architecture. And we have a few products lined up to be shipped, and we are looking to ship. Let's target at least one towards the end of the year. It's a bit tight, and audits are never going that quickly. But really hoping to put forward something that has not been seen in DeFi before.
Oh yeah, for sure. Riker, you want to go next?
So our story is like, of course, first I'm very excited to hear about fixed rate products. I think that's super cool. Given our, of course, like history in lending for 2 years, like fixed rate products are super exciting. So one is obviously for us, we're building more on the walls with Euler. So we're going to put a lot more incentives and TVL on these walls and migrate our TVL there. For us, our story is going to be to capture more borrowing revenue, more borrowing fees, and drive that all back to the zero token. So we are changing slightly our tokenomics to do a lot more buybacks from revenue. And that's going to be an exciting change for Zero Lend. And yeah, just focus on capturing as much as borrow as possible. I'm super excited. Yeah, that the new walls are growing. So we want to grow it beyond. I think it right now has about 10 million TVL. We want to grow it to 100 million pretty soon, and I'm pretty confident we can hit those numbers. And so the what's happening next for Zero Lend is quite simple. We keep growing TVL, grow revenue, send that revenue to buy back and burn the zero token. So this is the simple plan, and excited to be doing it along with Linea's growth. So yeah.
Yeah, excited about the buybacks, Riker. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yuvi, you wanna
Yeah,
go?
I can be quick. I think Michael's bang on about the proliferation of carry trades. I'm very interested in what Euler's fixed rate solution is going to be and how it scales. We're taking the controller approach. We're keeping rates variable, but with fundamental PID control, you can tune the response a lot more, and so we can kind of soften the blow of things becoming unprofitable and reduce how erratic it becomes, especially at that high utilization. If you're targeting 90 and 100 is obviously max, then there's a lot of risk mitigation that needs to happen in that last 10%, and it can be very erratic. So we're iterating through controller tunes to get that right and help to scale carry trades. But yeah, more relevant is our ASUSDS, which is our staked ASUSD product. That's coming in the next week or two. That's very exciting for us as well. That's kind of where you can stake your ASUSD, and that's where the yield from our credit facility, from our lines of credit, will go to ASUSDS, and you could think of it as like SUSDE, Athena's product, but instead of having a bunch of market makers and firms running delta neutral strategies off chain, everything stays on chain. All of our lines of credit stay on chain, all the yield stays on chain, and it all just goes to ASUSDS. So you can get untapped liquidity, uncorrelated yield, bear market, bull market, happy times.
I mean, Yuvi, thank you so much, and a big shout out to everyone here. I think this DeFi panel, not just I learned a lot, but I think sharing what is happening, how the collaboration is going, is also excited about this Linea countdown and also the collaboration that we're doing. So we're not just Ethereum Maxis, we're not just running the SomEThing podcast, but Linea is Ethereum and much more. So thank you so much, everyone, and let's move to our next big session round. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so in the meantime, what are we doing now? So I will bring Eric Mack, the famous Eric Mack, here to just quickly kind of like introduce our kind of like last big segment. Eric, it's a pleasure to have you here. Now let's co-host this kind of like banger last session before countdown. Welcome. How is it going? Oh, I think you're muted. I think you're muted. There you are.
Okay, all right. Hold on. It's
Love the
there. It's
background, by
there.
the way. I can hear you
Okay.
perfectly.
Now you can hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great. All right. Technical difficulties all sorted out. Francesco, you are the Iron Man as always. I assume that you're like, you just got off a plane, you're about to get on another plane, but you're like live streaming in between. You're on stage 10 minutes ago. Now you're on stage online.
Yeah.
Thanks for
No,
holding it down.
No, this is great. This is great. A lot of things are happening. I'm excited about, everything countdown, everything kind of like, we're speaking now more a little bit on the technical side. We're also like running kind of like the roadmap to Linea and then the big countdown with our special guest. And that's very exciting. But I think the entire marathon, hearing Susie, kind of like, modding this great session, understanding what's popping around the community, running this kind of like DeFi side, looking at what really also all these ecosystem partners are doing is so exciting. I mean, it's not just Linea team; it's the entire ecosystem around Linea that excited me the most. Did you had a session that you were, the most interested, that excited you the most?
Oh, I mean, well, I can't really pick favorites. How do you choose your favorite child? It's just really great to put
I
some
know.
faces with names. I always love to see Trancher's energy and of course Susie's energy, but to get all of the community folks up on stage, because I mean, this has been literally years in the making. There's been delays. We know the delays can be frustrating, but they've been frustrating for everyone involved, including us. But I mean, it's worth it to get it right. And I think we really do have the right mix here and the right formula, and strengthening Ethereum. Like that's what I'm here for. That's why I'm at Consensus. That's why I work in Ethereum. So like this is about building a better global economy that's more equitable and benefits more people in a more fair way. So it's worth the wait
100%.
for sure.
Oh yes. I mean, that's the narrative, and I think also like how it's very important, not just what we are doing. So we can speak about, we need to speak about, technical roadmap. We need to speak about a bit, stuff around permissionless prover. We're also like, we cook so many kind of like live stream before, so let's bring our first let's say section on the technical side with speaking a bit about Linea Tech. So let's welcome Alexander and Olivier on stage, and I think that's what we're doing here. We're co-modding. Eric, always feel free to jump in. Welcome Alexander, welcome Olivier. You want to quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me here. I'm Alex. I've been working at Consensus for 7 years. I'm now based in Hong Kong, by the way, but I'm French, and I've been working on Linea since its inception, and I'm now leading the Prover team.
Hey all, my name is Olivier. I've also been with Linea since the start and with Consensus for 7 years, I believe. I lead the authentication team.
That's so exciting. You guys are the OG, and I think, technical wise, I don't know any stronger mind. A lot of people are commenting right now, like giga brains, and I think that's definitely what is happening here. So kind of like first question, during all the live streams, during all these years, we're really saying, Linea is Ethereum. So do you want to kind of like explain what does it mean and why it's so important also on the technical side?
Or you want to take it, or I take it?
Sure, I can take it. Well, okay. There's one way in which we are really directly Ethereum is that what we prove, our arithmetization, is basically a proof of the execution of the Ethereum virtual machine. So rather than, let's say, reinterpreting bytecode for a different target, or maybe proving the execution of a client that uses a different instruction set, our proofs are basically proofs of the Ethereum virtual machine as specified in the yellow paper and later. And I guess our underlying protocol is basically identical with that of Ethereum.
Yeah, I may add a few things as well. I think there is also an aspect which is in how Linea was created to begin with. So before we even started working on Linea, before Linea was even a thing, we were working on scaling Ethereum in our research team, doing essentially Ethereum research, so working closely with EF and so on. And so I joined the team slightly at the moment where Rollup kind of were becoming the obvious thing for scaling. So we worked on this. So we had a project before Linea. At some point, it became obvious that the way to scale Ethereum, that it was actually possible to scale Ethereum by having Rollup, but also supporting Ethereum. So as Olivier said, and it became so successful that at this point now, Ethereum is even considering enshrining ZK VMs into the protocol itself. So, and I think it's a very nice example of synergy between external research and that we're doing and Ethereum protocols development.
I'm curious, like, you know, did you run into any challenges, you know, in developing this like most Ethereum equivalent L2 and how were they overcome? I'm sure it was simple. I mean, there were probably no challenges, right?
Yeah, absolutely a billion challenge, maybe. Yeah, everything is difficult, basically. Modeling the VM, Olivier can, I'm sure, talk during hours about how complicated it is. And there is also the part of proving it and doing so efficiently, which is complicated. There is the architectural part of it. There is the protocol design of the rollup that has to be really sound and efficient at the same time. So we are constantly facing challenges and trying to figure out how to make the proof more efficient, the arithmetization more efficient, or how to arithmetize that or prove certain things. So everything, every problem we have is essentially a research project. So we just collect, focus, find ideas, and implement them.
Yes, and I mean, also when we started, the tool set was basically non-existent. So a lot of the tools we now currently use, we had to develop, be it, I mean, obviously the prover, this kind of stuff, but even just the constraints language we use and how we basically want to frame our constraints, for instance. And there are other challenges. I mean, Ethereum isn't set in stone. It's an evolving protocol. So when you set out to produce basically sort of a mathematical version of Ethereum, you have to contend with protocol upgrades and changes. And yeah, that's difficult as well. And obviously, you also have to have all the components communicate well in the end. We've had surprises with state management, etc. at some points, and unforeseen things just kept on happening.
Oh yeah, you know, I think next time, Eric, we should start asking the question, how many sleepless nights you guys had, because that was I think a long journey, you know, like I remember still, like, you know, when we kind of like, you know, started, you know, there is so many kind of like things and you know, Slacks, all the channels are on fire right now, and it's also great to have both of you guys here on the prover side, on the optimization side, because I mean there is different kind of like topics, right? And I think we kind of like mentioning multiple times, right? Linea is not only the Ethereum equivalent, but also like kind of like we're centering a lot of discussion around ZK proofs rather than optimistic rollups, right? I just want to kind of like gather, you know, why do you think this is so important, and what is kind of like unique on the Linea approach? This could be uniqueness around the prover side, on uniqueness on the arithmetization side too.
So for the prover side, what is particularly a differentiator is our reliance on lattices. So we are the first blockchain protocol to revolve around lattices. So there are actually some other projects, but they are more around fully homomorphic encryption, which is a different thing than ZKP. And I also learned that some other projects are considering using them as well. So I think this means we made the right choice from the beginning. And yeah, also our prover has an implementation which is centered on the concept of protocol compilation, which is a technical way of saying that we don't implement the protocol directly, but we implement some sort of program that construct the protocol, and this helps us guarantee security, being able to do complicated things at the same time.
I would just add on to that in the optimistic versus ZK roll-up discussion, I mean, the points are not new, but ZK can provide basically faster finality, no exit games, no contentions of any sort. And And there are other advantages that are, I guess, linked to how we sort of architecture the whole project that flow from that.
Which, I mean, those seem like things, fast finality and all those things, they feel kind of like essential for Ethereum to really scale to a global scale. I mean, do you, I mean, I know we talk about that internally, but do you feel like that's fair to say?
Oh, yeah. So for the L1 roadmap, so in what you're mentioning, like, about scaling Ethereum as a whole, they require the provers to be able to run, to prove one block in less than 12 seconds. But Linea works in a slightly different, in a different mode, which is that we wait for many proofs to be generated before we finalize. And this is key to reduce cost. In the L1 ZKVM model, we assume that proof verification is free, but in the current version, in Linea as it is today, it is using the precompiled of Ethereum, and they are quite cheap, but they are not cheap enough for us to just throw a proof every time we have one. So we optimize over that. We batch proofs together, usually a few hundreds of them.
Yeah, that's super interesting on the batch proofs. Yeah, I think like there was a big debate, and you even presented something around the past conferences with the 100% prover. So that was super exciting. Anything kind of like optimization wise, right? Because I know we implemented on different kind of like things from the 100% prover to the batch transaction. Like I just want to understand also like, what are those kind of like innovation that we implemented in the past, why we choose kind of like to do that. At the end, the goal is obviously like to minimize both transaction cost for users, but also think about also developers.
I mean, there's one sort of benefit we didn't really set out doing initially, but the way we have basically sort of directly tackled the problem rather than having interpretive layers in between. The Ethereum virtual machine execution and our sort of trace production and prover, one of the benefits is that just our sort of the size of the statements, the traces that we produce are much smaller than what you would get with other approaches. That is a sort of an optimization we didn't really set out about doing because other approaches weren't really current at the time when we started the project. But it's something that's actually remained true over time.
Nice. Is there anything specific that you guys are working on? We mentioned finality, prover optimization. Like, is there anything else that you want to mention that we kind of like mention here in this call? It's just us, right? So we don't.
A lot of things. If I allow myself to make a list. So yeah, we will want to go type 1. So currently, Linea has a type 2 level compatibility with Ethereum, and that means that the smart contracts are executed in the same way, but there are still a few slight differences that are very subtle. For instance, the state representation of Linea is not the same as Ethereum. So it's not really showing up in the contract execution, but in practice to create interactions between Linea and Ethereum mainnet, it creates a few issues, and so you want to just wash that away and be type 1. So that's one thing. On the decentralization, we are also adding the escape hatch mechanism that should be here for end of year, and which is absolutely key for decentralization of the sequencer.
I would add forced transactions to this, and we are also operating a switch of sort of how our arithmetization works. We're switching to a much smaller field from which we expect to get significant performance gains. And I would also say that even on the arithmetization side, we are working towards reducing the sort of complexity by basically having evolutions of the constraints language we're using, where we are transitioning away from something where we're basically having our hands at the lowest level possible to something where a lot more automation takes place, but we still keep the optimality basically we previously had.
There is one more thing. So we are working on something called soft finality, So as I mentioned, we have a trade-off between finality and verification cost, and that's why we are doing aggregation. But we are working on something we call sub-finality, which so when we generate a proof or a block, instead we can just make it available so people can download it and be convinced for themselves that the block is going to be finalized. And thanks to that, instead you can have much faster finality and still very cheap settlement cost by pinging, by downloading the proof instead of waiting for the settlement on layer 1.
How much time have you guys been able to think about TGE, this thing that's happening today? Did anyone tell you, or are you like too deep into the work that you're doing to? Did we let you know this is happening today? I'm just wondering how much mental energy you're able to dedicate to thinking about it.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know when it's happening exactly. I know it's today. That's about it.
No, I mean we've been made aware of that TGE was happening. I guess it's been in the air for a few years, and we've been following that, but being mostly focused on our work, of course, as you mentioned. But yeah, like the exact date was a recent update.
Guys, I don't know if you saw it, but we're literally a bit less than 1 hour away. So actually, like time is ticking. We're so excited right now. And again, I mean, thank you so much also for the work, the sleepless night. There is so much kind of like problems of the problems happening, but we are so optimistic on what. Like the amount of value being created during those years, the amount of challenges that was faced and were actually logically being kind of like went through. So amazing work on that side too. So thank you so much, Alexander and Oliver, also for coming in the 4 hours marathon of live streams.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the nice words.
Yeah.
Thanks, both of you.
Thanks, guys. All right.
Awesome. And Eric, before the big kind of like countdown announcement, I think now we and everyone here deserve understanding a bit, what is happening next, right? Like what is the Linea roadmap? And there is no better person to tell us and give us some insights about what is happening than Arthur. Arthur, do you want to quickly introduce yourself? Welcome to the 4 hours live stream.
Hello, hey, thanks for having me. Hey, everybody. So I'm Arthur. I'm the product manager at Linea. I've been working with the Linea team for the last 2 years. So before we even had the public testnet, longer on the consensus side. And so, yeah, taking care of the product part of Linea.
Before we dig into this, I just wanted to say, and I hope maybe the two guys from before are still listening, but like before I even worked at Consensus and like whenever Linea would come up, and when Linea was still like kind of maybe a little bit under the radar, years ago, the one thing that I heard more than anything is like, I'm not really sure what they're doing over there, but I hear that the tech is solid and top notch, and that's about what those guys are building and what you're overseeing and coordinating. So I just wanted to slip that in there, that like it's been a long road and a lot of hard work, and people have noticed from the beginning. So yeah, let's dig into this product roadmap here.
Yeah, totally. I want to acknowledge Olivier, Alexandre, and all the team. Like nothing is possible without them. They've been working on this exact issue of scaling Ethereum for the last 6 years. Like it was even before the Ethereum roadmap acknowledge rollups. Actually, nobody really believed in them, and so like since the beginning, they've believed like ZK could be the way. And yeah, thanks to all the amazing research, we are now there.
Super exciting.
I mean, the fact that we pushed the limitless prover, it's amazing. I mean, it's there was and so many other things. So that's super exciting. Okay, let's dive in. Arthur, go for it.
Yeah, so to explain a bit like the Linea roadmap, let's take a step back and think about what's important for a chain, right? What you want as a user is like the chain to be fast and cheap, obviously, but also you don't want to compromise on any of the values of Web3. So we are from the Ethereum ecosystem, so obviously we want to help Ethereum ecosystem thrive, but also as every blockchain, we want to minimize the trust that you need to put in any third party to operate. So our roadmap is reflecting that. And the way I usually describe it is between 4 buckets. So the first one is performances, which impact this fast and cheap that I just mentioned. So the idea is to be fast with when you send a transaction to have it confirmed as soon as possible. And that's what we are doing in Q4. We aim to have 250 millisecond confirmation time. So basically, when you interact on the chain, you don't even realize that there is a blockchain under the hood, and it's almost as if you interact with a regular website. Fast also means that you are able to process a lot of transactions at the same time. At the moment, we are approximately processing 8 times more, able to process 8 times more transactions than Ethereum. And by the end of the year, we want to be able to process more than 100x more transaction than Ethereum to scale. This makes sure that any dApps that deploy on Linea can grow like how big they want. And the last component of this is that with better performance, we are able to reduce the cost of running the chain, and so also reduce the cost down for the user. So that's this first bucket about performance. The second 2 buckets are more about the values, right? So we are from the Ethereum ecosystem, so we want to be aligned with it. This reflects in our tokenomics, since we will take all the net transaction fees and use it to by 20% burn Ethereum token, and the rest will be burned in Linea token. This also reflects in the fact that we are fully EVM compatible. And this means that basically we want to, we are the only chain where every client can sync without doing anything, and developer can just deploy their app without having to think about differences. And this ensure that we are a neutral platform that people can build on and don't introduce incompatibilities within the Ethereum ecosystem. And lastly, for the Ethereum alignment, we want to contribute to Ethereum directly. So we have this amazing tech, which is the zero knowledge proof prover of Linea. And we are working on optimizing the performance of this prover so that it can also actually prove directly Ethereum blocks by being what we call the type 1 prover, which is being able to prove Ethereum. And this will not only help scale Ethereum as a rollup, but help scale the L1 directly by contributing to the Ethereum roadmap and the snarkification of everything, which we can dive in later.
Look, Arthur, this name, snarkification, is probably the best name that
Yeah, definitely. And so obviously we are in Web3, so it's important to minimize the trust you put on third parties. And so like we have multiple steps to remove as much as those trust. The first one is the stage 1 upgrade that we will do in Q4, which basically makes sure that even if the sequencer that is currently operated by a centralized entity, even if this sequencer goes down or try to censor user has always a way to withdraw their funds or send transaction permissionlessly on the chain. this also start decentralizing the security council so that it doesn't rely just on like single enterprise or entity. And then we will continue this journey with stage 2, which introduce multiple prover on the chain and eventually decentralize the sequencer on the chain. And the last point that I want to bring is capital efficiency, which DeFi is one of the core primitive and core use case on blockchain at the moment. And so it's super important that users are able to trade at the best rates with the best trading condition. And that's what we want to make sure of that. The first thing that we will do in Q4 for this is launch the native yield, which the core idea is to stake Ether that are on the bridge on L1 so that we are generating yield and able to distribute this yield in the Linea ecosystem to liquidity provider, which increase liquidity and get better trading condition to all users. So in a very quick nutshell, that's like what we plan to do in the next 6 months.
You kind of answer my question about native yields, Arthur. Maybe like another question that I had is that obviously like we are pushing kind of like, you know, to type 1 zkVM. You mentioned different buckets. So what, practically speaking, because I get a lot of this question, okay, what do you guys need to do? So what are kind of like the remaining gaps of those modules that you mentioned for us to get to the type 1 zkVM?
Yeah. So type 1 is definitely a challenge. Most people thought it was not possible not so long ago. Even us, like end of 2024, when we released our first public roadmap, it was planned for 2027, if I remember correctly. And we are accelerating massively on this because we think it's really important. The key challenge that is remaining is depends on how the blockchain is storing the state and the storage of the blockchain, which on Ethereum use this data structure called Merkle-Patricia trie. And for Linea, since this structure is very complex to prove with zero knowledge proof involving a lot of Keccak, we use a different storage structure, which is much faster to prove. Our team has figured a way to make proof work with Merkle-Patricia trie, and so that's why I mean, no, it's not done yet. It's still for Q1, a lot of road away, but we are aiming to hit this milestone, and that's the main piece of work that remains.
It often seems to me when I talk to you guys on the product team or on the technical side of things, it sometimes seems like Linea is doing things the hardest way possible. But I think that's to make it as close to perfect, as secure as possible, as fast as possible. Like, that's my impression. Is that right? Or are you guys just masochists that like to do things the hardest way possible?
Yeah, I kind of see what you mean. I think like when we do this, it's because we believe it's the right way. And generally in life, I often think that like hard things are usually the right thing to do. But definitely like proving the EVM directly rather than using RISC-V that has been a very popular way is definitely like the most complex thing to do. And I think that's one of the reasons why most team switched away from this approach. But we believe that in the long run, this will bring more performance because you don't rely on additional layer of complexity, and the performances will be tailored to the EVM. Same thing, it also reduces since it reduces the complexity of the whole system, it also reduces the chance of bugs happening on the system. But to achieve this, it's like a very, very complex thing to do. So again, that's why Olivier, Alexandre, and all the teams are like really critical in this mission.
All right, so it's not necessarily about
I love Eric.
taking the hardest way possible. It's about no shortcuts, doing it the right way, because the shortcuts can come back to bite you at some point. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. Totally.
Of the name about masochist, right? That's I actually like, you know, so for a moment I thought about like kind of the same, and then I said, okay, I saw the limiter proofer as achievement. I said, oh, wait a second, here nothing like this has been done in the industry, and I was like so impressed, you know, like I think like it's not just mega brain, it's like giga brains behind this. So it's very, very interesting to see what is happening, Arthur. And I also want native yields part that I think I don't know people realize what are actually native yields and why are so important, and what does it mean that this run on Linea. You want to kind of maybe give some colors, because we have another like 3 minutes before our next kind of session. I think it's might be interesting to give this.
Yeah. Maybe let's first take a step back, and I'll explain why liquidity on the chain is so important. As you know, like DEXs, this is this amazing new way of being able to trade without relying on intermediaries, and it's all smart contracts, right? But the downside is it requires quite a lot of liquidity. And so the more liquidity you have, the better trading condition you have, because you can trade for higher amounts, and especially you don't have too much slippage, because it depends on the liquidity. So you get the best price possible during the trade. So one of the goals for us is to make sure that liquidity on the chain is always at the best level possible. And so one of the ways we want to ensure that is through this mechanism. And so we saw that currently when you bridge on any layer 2s, what happens is actually the tokens are locked on the layer 1, and then you minted on the layer 2. But actually, like there is the layer 1 token that remains locked. And so this is quite inefficient in the way it's done, because those tokens could actually generate some yield, especially with staking, that historically has been like a very safe way to earn more yield. And so the core idea is to stake those like a part of those tokens to generate the yield that then can be injected in the ecosystem, so that you have much more capital flowing, and as a user you can always get the best rate and benefit from this network effect of in the chain.
All right, one last question, Arthur. TGE is in 40 minutes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel like I need to grab my ledger quick. No, but yeah, it's again, like I think about all the journey that it has been for the last 2 years. A lot of not easy, as you said. Like we are kind of masochists, but I think ultimately very rewarding, and a great team. Very nice people as well, which helps during the hard time. So this is just the beginning, right? The beginning of a new chapter. We have a lot of things to do on the roadmap, which I'm very excited about. So yeah, like waiting to just open this door and start the rest of the journey.
Well, we really appreciate all the hard work and the sleepless nights that you've put in, and look forward to walking with you down the roadmap and seeing that through. So yeah, go grab that ledger, and we will see you on Slack and online. Thanks a lot, Arthur.
Bye. See you guys.
Thank you so much, Arthur.
All right, what do we got next, Francesco?
think it's time to speak about, who are the big brains around the ecosystem, like why, why our partners are so well kind of like, embedded in our Linea tech stack, and why this kind of like relationship are nurtured. So I think now it's time that we are welcoming Melen, Liz, Alex, and Ian on stage. I'm super excited about to speak about ecosystem. So basically, to give some color, everyone that is joining now the live stream, we have a little bit less than 40 minutes left. This is a 4 hours live stream. We spoke about, from community to kind of like technical to actually Linea DeFi. So this is kind of like, I feel I need to get a cup of coffee or something. And I'm so excited. Welcome, Liz, Alex, Ian. You want to quickly introduce yourself? Welcome to the stream. Liz,
sure.
Liz, you want to go first? Oh,
go first. Or Liz, go for it.
Oh God! Hi! Oh my God! I'm so excited today, and seeing so many people on the stream. Jesus Christ! Too many familiar faces. Yeah. So I recently transitioned within Consensus to support Linea business development efforts, and just like helping in this amazing work that the team has been working for a couple of months and years. So yeah, really excited here. And good morning, GM, everyone.
All right, Alex, your turn.
Awesome. GM, everybody. Great to be here. Likewise with Liz, it's really great to see so many people here. Super exciting day. I think after this, I'm going to go lay down and take a nap just because it's just been, as Arthur was saying, it's just been a long journey here. I recently joined the Linea team, actually used to lead business development at SushiSwap, so been in the Web3 space for a really long time. Just candidly, as I was kind of thinking about different places to go in my Web3 journey, I remember doing a SWOT analysis of just the Linea ecosystem, and I was blown away by it. How many strong teams are here, how great the team within Linea is getting us to this place. And yeah, just meeting all of the builders, all of the people that are really excited about Linea has just been amazing. So really excited to kind of hop into this next chapter with Linea.
Hey guys, yeah, great to see you all. My name's Ian, and I am working on business development for Linea. Yeah, first got involved with the project when there was a bit of an emergency call on the go live of mainnet, and we had to do some specific security activities, which ensured the bridge was super safe, and sort of been involved ever since. Yeah, we sort of started off with a program of ensuring a really robust security ecosystem around Linea to make sure that we had amazing protection on the bridge and other smart contracts built by Linea and Consensus. And then we moved into lots of other different types of partnerships around compliance, around stablecoins, and more recently around custody and the preparation for all of this huge TG that we're going through right now. So super excited to be here.
I mean, it's a huge work on the ecosystem side, especially. By the way, Yana, I know I should definitely ask you if you read all the books in your background here, but that's another question for another moment. On the ecosystem side, I just want to kind of like grab a bit like how you guys are kind of like breaking down right now. If you want to characterize a bit the Linea ecosystem within kind of like our Ethereum landscape, right? What are those use cases that you feel those are more prominent today, and where is the focus? Feel free to take it, anyone here.
Yeah, I can kick us off because literally all day, the last few days, I've just been doing this even deeper dive into our ecosystem, really trying to find out where our gaps are more so than anything else. And frankly, it's been kind of difficult to find where those gaps really truly are because we have such good coverage over a wide swath of things, from core DeFi use cases with DEXs and lending to payments, to stable coins, all the way down to games and cultural aspects, I think was what I was calling it in the doc I was writing up. So, we got really strong meme coin communities, gaming communities. And so we really have quite a bit. Obviously, DeFi really is kind of that bread and butter that most chains kind of rely on. And that's been growing. You just have to look at DeFi Llama. We've been seeing so much growth over even just the last few weeks. And that's kind of made up of both really strong native applications as well as, these kind of more blue chip applications, which have been really, really great to work with. I think, moving into what comes next, it really comes down to doubling down on those areas and really trying to make the infrastructure on the back end kind of as easy to use, as easy to develop on as we can make it.
Shall I go next, Liz, or do you want to jump in? From my perspective,
go ahead.
From my perspective, I think that, and I think Liz is an example of this, is we've got this sort of amazing partner to Linea in Consensus, which really has, been on the scene for many, many years. You know, Francesco, because you've been around a long, long time, right? And we've built up a huge level of credibility, both on the sort of like crypto native and sort of DApp development side, but I think also on the have had a long history of sort of institutional support with MetaMask Institutional, and doing a lot of work around, in the old days around sort of private Besu networks and quorum networks and things like that. And all that work sort of almost like led to Linea being born, because at the time we were deploying sort of private networks for, large payment processors and, card networks and so on, like Visa, MasterCard. And, they needed it to scale. And the pieces that form Linea right now were sort of born out of, being able to do ZK rollups on top of those Besu networks to allow these, what were almost like proof of concepts, to really scale. And I think that this sort of the next big journey that I'm excited about, in addition to what Alex is talking about, is, basically being able to bring institutions on chain in a way that is neutral and Ethereum aligned, so that we're not vampire attacking Ethereum, but we're providing an ability to scale Ethereum, which is sort of the principle of the layer 2 sort of roadmap, right? So I'm super pumped about what's coming next in terms of institutional activities. We've got some insane announcements coming out over the next few weeks, and a huge program of institutional work, in addition to sort of more of the crypto native and sort of on-chain development. And those things are going to come together as well, because a lot of the innovation that we're seeing within on-chain with, like things like institutional vaults, for example, but sitting on top of permissionless DeFi, are then going to start getting accessed by, tokenized bond funds and tokenized and you'll be able to deposit tokenized securities as collateral and all sorts of stuff like this. So I'm just like, we're just getting started on what I think is like an absolute mega journey to bring the entire financial world on chain. And I think Linea will be viewed as a very neutral and a very institutional friendly space, without sort of vested interests and people out to make short-term money. We are super low time preference. We've got like, decades of plans ahead of ourselves, and that's the sort of thinking that we're going into this, is that we're here for a very long time and we're building something for the long term. And yes, like this TG is super exciting and everyone's sort of super excited about the airdrop, but really that this is insignificant versus what's coming there, because I think as humans we sort of tend to overestimate how fast things should happen and underestimate the impact of what happens when it does happen. So and I've seen it sort of in the rollout of the internet, the rollout of mobile devices and the internet on devices, the rollout of mobile apps. We always get frustrated that those things don't come fast enough, and that when they come in a really big way. And I think that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add, Liz?
Yeah, of course. So on top of everything that we are doing on the institutional side, it has been just like a pleasure to me when I talk with builders every single day, that I have been with a lot of builders, and actually understand the importance of our native GL feature and the institutional link that we have on that. Because ultimately, while institutions can enjoy more like DeFi yields and more sophisticated strategies, that is going to reflect in the retail user at the end of the day. And then when you see like there are really, really sophisticated teams right now that are using all of our stack, that are thinking about how do I do things with Delegator, MetaMask Delegator, how do I do a social login, how do I, like do account abstraction, chain abstraction, and it's just like, it's becoming a pleasure to see these demos, because it's actually like just making it so simple that looks like TradFi, and I'm kind of used to that because I'm coming from that background. Like years ago in my dark past, I was a TradFi in Merrill Lynch. So seeing these new applications that are just so simple and look like that is really exciting. But more than that, it's just seeing that people and builders, and serious builders, sophisticated builders, are understanding that connection of Linea, right, with like a whole flywheel, and that's what is calling them to have Linea as their home. So that has been like super exciting to see during the latest couple of days, I will say. And yes, at the core, we still have DeFi in institutional that is going to support all of that flywheel, but we have interesting launch pads coming up soon. We have, like, we don't want to lose the retail kind of culture, and like I am a DJ in the closet, but it's really exciting to see all of these new applications that we are going to have. So yeah, it has been amazing.
I love
something that
I think what the chief is saying, the big flywheel is coming.
Yeah.
Go for it, Eric.
It's happening. It's already happening. You're just seeing the tip of the iceberg.
Well, and going back to what
I'll just
go for it, Ian. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Eric. I was just going to say, like, in addition to all of this, there's so much. It's like almost overwhelming to sort of go through it all. But I was out in Istanbul this weekend for an amazing event with partners we have out there, Paribu and Converter. Shout out to them. Francesco helped us host a community builders night there, and we've got an amazing localized program where we're going to kick off in Turkey, for example, as an experiment. And so a lot of interesting stuff coming there. So we'll start to see more localization of our programs, especially once we've established a reasonable ecosystem fund. The other area that I think is really interesting is the open source project itself, right? And like you've had like Olivier, you've had Alex, you've had Artur, and a few others, all really working hard on the open source stack. And that stack is available to anyone to use, and we've got amazing partnerships already on that front with ENS Labs, having announced that ENS will launch NameChain on the Linea stack. The Status team have also said the same thing with the Status Network, and there's some very big things coming as well that we can't disclose, but just look forward to those as well. And so there's just like, you've got just so many sort of different permutations to this around, the sort of the OG DeFi and sort of like, I guess sort of the gold-plated projects that we've been working with, like Aave and Euler, and then some newer DeFi projects like EtherX that are bringing tons of innovation to the space. And then we've got like just a plethora of stablecoins now on the network, and I'm really excited about things like, you know, what does that drive in terms of use cases around. I'm quite excited about localized stablecoins, for example, and the adoption of those, and the ability to then start to drive, you know, things like credit markets, trade finance, being able to, and then eventually maybe, you know, maybe a bit further out, actual on-chain FX, like effective on-chain FX markets. You know, just this, but this is a longer-term roadmap, right? But bringing it all on-chain, where you know, you don't have a T+2 transfer to wait for when you're sort of, you know, paying off, you know, as a company, you're sort of paying off a delivery of some sort of transportation goods or whatever. You've got sort of almost, you know, you've got fast finality, and it's all on chain, and it's 24/7. And I just think we'll have like 24/7 FX markets, 24/7 securities trading. We'll have 24/7 bond markets. We'll have 24/7 trade finance. You know, it's just like, and it will be available across the globe. And so it doesn't matter that I'm in London or if I'm in, you know, in the interior of Brazil, for example, I'll get access to the same sort of services. It's such an equalizer, and it's so exciting to see this sort of that finance will be available. It doesn't matter where you are really in the world.
I've got a note here that I'm supposed to ask you all to make the case why Linea is the best chain for ETH capital. And it strikes me that we've been making that case for going on over 3 hours now. And if you want to make the case, maybe just refer people to this 4-hour live stream. But something you said, Ian, makes me want to try to answer this question and see if I can summarize it. You were talking about how, you know, it felt like we were always waiting forever for the internet and for mobile phones, and now AI, I don't know, self-driving cars to like finally come to fruition. You know, where's my flying car? And then, but then like these things, they're always off in the distance. And then one day they're just here. Like just one day I was just like Skyping with everybody. We finally had video phones, and one day the internet was everywhere, and Ubers, and it just happens overnight. And I think that's because two things happen. The incentives are right and the friction is low. And it feels like what we've been saying, you've been saying for the last 20 minutes, is that's where we're at. And that's what Linea brings. Is that a fair way of summing this all up?
I think we're getting close. I don't know if we're at that sort of, you know, Apple iPhone moment, or the sort of the Zoom moment, or the Skype moment, or the, you know, the sort of, you know, the Mozilla browser moment, or whatever. But we're getting very close. And, you know, I think the other exciting area is obviously the developments on the wallet side with what we're doing with MetaMask. And I think that, you know, that plays a very key part, both in terms of distribution, but also, you know, that team is doing a huge amount of work to improve the user experience. I know that's been a bone of contention for a long time, but it is, you know, we have prioritized, you know, the right things, like making the wallet fully multi-chain and so on. And a number of underlying core pieces that enable then this amazing user experience to emerge. So I just think that we're getting close. But and I tell the team all the time internally, like, just be patient, be low time preference. You know, I know there's times when it's super frustrating. You know, times when you just get a ton of FUD, but you know, good things are coming, and we've got to just stay through the, you know, get through this period and be there when the markets and the you know, when TradFi is ready for it, and when the regulation environment is going to enable us to do it. And we're getting super close on those things. We're getting super close. Like, for example,
just to add on that, go for it.
Just like stablecoin regulation, for example. You know, we've had it in the US. We're about to have something in the UK, for example, Hong Kong. You know, these regulations open up what we can do on the chain to a vast number of organizations, and enable banks to start to participate, and then a ton of new use cases emerge. So, like that, I wouldn't underestimate any of that. Sorry, Alex, carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to add, you have all three of us who started or spent a good amount of our careers in traditional finance. It is a very, very slow, moving industry. And so we've kind of seen how that works. And I think now being here with Linea, we're able to set that stage and that long-term time horizon of this is going to take a while for us to get to this point, but we know what experience we are trying to get for our users, whether that's through account abstraction, whether that's through specific DeFi use cases. How do you actually build a bank on chain? What other things do people need so that you can equalize access to finance everywhere? Obviously, we want to support things beyond just DeFi and finance use cases like ID and wallet abstraction and whatever it may be, but it definitely feels like we are so close. We have yet to get to that moment, Eric, like you were saying, but within the next few years, which is what we're building for, that's really possible for us. I think what with this airdrop or with the TGE, this is just the beginning. This kind of gets us to that next stage, but we are really, like Ian said, our plans go for years. And unlike some other L2s or other chains that have launched in the last few years, we have that capability to actually think really long term, and to be able to build for that long term. And so I think really, to Ian's point, this is really just setting that stage for us to kind of like launch into the future.
Yeah, and
I'll just want to say.
Oh, sorry. Oh. You go, Liz. You go, Liz. I want to just give one example.
Yeah, we are very excited, all of us here. Yeah, my answer to you, Eric, to that question is going to be very simple. Linea is Ethereum, and I know that we have been saying this for a long time, but there is no other chain that can mirror Ethereum as Linea does, and actually taking advantage of the full decentralization that Ethereum already has and the security that it has. So the way that the team has been working from the very beginning when Linea was conceived, it wasn't taking just shortcuts. It wasn't just like, let's spin up another chain. Let's actually take advantage of the full ecosystem that is already out there. That is Ethereum. Let's do a CK. And it was the hardest, I think, to conceive in terms of let's not just shot corners with other stacks or with just app chains. Let's do it the right way. And it took a while, right? But I think that the point that we are today is that when we can embrace finally all of these builders to understand that this is the best chain to build today. Because if Ethereum is trustworthy, as I say, Linea is trustworthy as a service. So yes, this is the best chain to build right now.
So I guess
just
all great things take time.
Yeah. Just like one example I wanted to throw out there. One last one. One example I wanted to throw out there was just Chainlink recently launched basically a new set of services on Linea and on a number of other chains with the US government, where the Commerce Department are now publishing their data on chain. This is the start of where you get government information on chain, immutable, that it can't be changed, and we've got source of truth. And I think with AI coming, and really, we are only scratching the surface with AI. I think we need these sort of sources of immutable truth more than ever. And then in terms of why it's why Linea specifically, I think we've got some very interesting programs around the native yield piece, and I think that's going to drive a vast amount of low risk yield for both institutions and retail users to benefit from.
Yeah, that's amazing how you close up. I think the energy is so strong. I think we could keep up another couple of hours to speak about ecosystem.
Super bullish.
But we are T-15. Awesome.
Thanks so
let's do it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Ian, Liz, Alex. So Eric, what is happening now?
Well, what's happening in 15 minutes is Linea's token generating event. The claim portal will officially open. The moment we've been waiting for years is almost here, but we've got a couple more people that we still want to talk to. So let's go ahead and bring them out, the big dogs. Bring them on out, Joe.
Sounds
All right. We've got head of Linea, Declan Fox, and of course, the Belether himself, Joseph Lubin.
The Belether. That's the best.
Hey, guys.
How are you guys doing?
Welcome,
Big dogs,
welcome.
eh? Wow.
There you go. How we all doing? We nearly had 42,000 viewers on the chat, which I thought was brilliant. We've just gone over it now, so perfect timing there.
Amazing. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Is there something on your schedule for top of the hour?
Tell us,
anybody?
Declan.
I thought I was just doing my weekly one-on-one with Declan. What are you guys doing here?
We're here because we
something
believe
is
in
going
something.
on.
Yes.
Something huge.
So we were just having a discussion with the last panel of how close we are and Ethereum and crypto is to that iPhone moment where the friction is low enough and the incentives are just right for a real breakthrough. And I'm curious how you two would evaluate that.
You want to take it, Declan?
Yeah, I think crypto has been an experiment for a decade now or so, and I would say that first sort of decade or so of years has really been like setting the foundation. We now have a very secure L1. We have L2s like Linea, which are helping to not just scale the L1 like Ethereum, but also strengthen it. And I think that's important because it's what's going to enable this technology to actually reach mass adoption. And so quite similar to the iPhone, where you had sort of early mobile phones and that definitely had a certain level of adoption. It wasn't until we had really the iPhone that we started to see app developers really be able to get into the hands of every user in the world. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here with Linea. We're going to be able to bring this technology to every single person globally in the world. That's definitely something worth celebrating. I think the moment here today with the token gives everyone an opportunity to participate in that, which is actually something that's very different to the iPhone, because to participate in that paradigm shift, you would have had to buy Apple stock or somehow know certain people, whereas today with the Linea token and sort of the benefits of decentralized tech is that you can actually participate in that directly. So it's a much more sort of democratized access to a new technology, whilst also representing some of those kind of similar shifts in the way people interact with the world, like the iPhone.
Yeah. So I've been framing it over the last little while as Ethereum is now in its broadband moment, in the sense that when high throughput happened to the internet, then all these incredibly compelling applications showed up, like streaming, movies, social networking, etc. So Ethereum has achieved scalability, notably with technologies like Linea, a bunch of layer 2s, giving the platform now horizontal and vertical scalability, affordability in terms of block space and transaction fees. Usability keeps getting better and better, and AI is going to make that pretty incredible pretty soon. And still, we need more applications. Things are looking really good on Linea, but we need far more applications in the Ethereum ecosystem and the Linea ecosystem. And fortunately, in the United States, it's now legal to be a blockchain company, to do blockchain things. And so the builders are coming in droves, and the enterprises and the financial institutions are all focused on Ethereum. They are paying attention to tokens, paying attention to stable coins. They're paying attention to issuing their own tokens, including tokenized securities. It wasn't prudent for a builder to build in the United States until fairly recently, after since the end of the Gensler regime at the SEC. But now we're just seeing so much activity. Is it an iPhone moment for us? In a sense, I hope so. In a sense, I hope not, because the iPhone, as incredible as it is, as incredible as mobility is, represented essentially a powerful implementation of the walled garden era of the internet and the web. And Ethereum was built basically because Web 2 was a set of walled gardens that essentially robbed the ethos of the internet protocols and the web protocols, which were all open source, open standards. Web 2 came along, and because of all that money, it grew really closed. And Web 3 is now here, primarily embodied by Ethereum. It's open standards, open protocols, and permissionless again. And so I think of Linea as a natural evolution of the internet, the Web 1 protocols, and not so many Web 2 protocols that were open and open source and open protocol. And Linea is really going to bring Web 3 to the masses, and not just the Linea mainnet network, but so many Linea networks based on the Linea technology.
I mean, there is no better words, Joe, to define that. I'm always quoting you on, paradigm shift. And I think, Linea is part of this journey. And I want to understand, Declan, why Linea is the most important things happening since Ethereum, but most important, how Linea is redefining the entire standard of what actually a layer 2 can and should be.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two key things that stand out to me with regards to like Linea's tokenomics and economics. The first is that, we're the first L2 to actually commit to sort of burning ETH as part of our ecosystem. So for each transaction that takes place on Linea, 20% of the net gas fees will be actually taken to the L1 and burned directly as Ether. So as the Linea ecosystem grows, we also drive value back to Ethereum and the layer 1 by burning Ether. We hope that others will follow this in this commitment, but this is us sort of like pioneering and leading the way what we think is the best thing for an L2 or Ethereum rollup that ultimately relies on the security of the L1 and kind of helps to solve this, this tension between perhaps L2s and L1s that's kind of been present for the last couple of years. In addition, 80% of the Linea gas fees will burn the Linea token as well. So as the sort of Linea ecosystem grows, it will also go back into burning the Linea token, which then can reinvest into the growth. And I always like to describe this as like like an economy, basically, where you as a government, they invest in the economy grows, people have jobs, they contribute to GDP, then those sort of tax revenues go back so they can keep reinvesting in the economy. And that's kind of what we're creating here with these sort of sovereign state networks like Linea. I think the second really unique thing about Linea is the tokenomics. So we actually mirrored the Ethereum Genesis distribution by giving 85% to the ecosystem, which is completely unprecedented in modern day L1 and L2 networks. 15% is with consensus under a 5-year lock for long-term participation, but 85% is for the ecosystem, including today's TGE airdrop. So that's enormous. And I think not only is that great for people to actually see that if they contribute to Linea, they can earn future rewards or gain future tokens, but also it removes this structural kind of sell pressure that you see in like other projects where on average 40 to 50% of the tokens are actually put aside for, say, VCs or for team, which usually over time actually creates a bit of downward pressure on the chart. And I've seen a lot of criticisms of the L2s because of this. Linea doesn't have that problem, so we've actually completely removed that problem. It looks much more like an open source protocol in the way it's been designed, rather than a sort of corporation, with a typical CEO. And I think those kind of two things really make Linea stand out. We hope that others will kind of follow that path. So we don't want to be exclusive. We did things in such a way where we think it's inclusive, but we really want to be the sort of the team and the protocol that really kind of sets the precedent for what a good Ethereum L2 looks like.
Yeah, these details that articulate the Linea token economy, the Linea token economics are incredibly important. Throughout the project, we've worked hard to be as Ethereum layer 1 supportive and compatible as possible. And going back to the iPhone moment idea, Web 2 was all about setting up platforms, inviting people onto your platforms, and then rugging those people because their revenue, their margin was your opportunity if you were the platform owner. That pattern is rife throughout the traditional economy, and it was rife in the Web 2 economy. And this is something we have to be vigilant about and constantly design to thwart, to guard against. And so we are the only, and I hope others will follow, we're the only layer 2 that is economically supportive in a very big way of Ether, the token of the Ethereum ecosystem. And in terms of the governance, the sort of lightweight governance that we put in place, it consists of a set of independent stewards, and we will move towards even more decentralized governance as it warrants and as governance tools mature. But that is the big piece to pay attention to, that Linea is a credibly neutral platform. It will always be a credibly neutral platform. And we need to guard against the tendency to take what looks like something that's a neutral platform and to twist it in the direction of companies or nation states or whatever. So there's a new layer 1 corporate layer 1 phenomenon. I think some of those networks make a lot of sense because I think it's reasonable as a company to have your own blockchain infrastructure. But the real healthy path forward for humanity is rigorous decentralization and credible neutrality.
All right. One thing we've been saying for a while in crypto is that we're still so early. I think that's something that was said when we had setbacks to make ourselves feel better. But I stopped feeling like we could say that anymore, Joe, when I saw you ringing the closing bell at NASDAQ this summer, and it really seemed to be a turning point. This whole summer felt like a turning point with everything that's going on with SharpLink and with Consensus kind of reclaiming the mantle as the Ethereum company, and really just so much momentum specifically over the last 6 months. How does Linea fit into this larger landscape that has evolved and matured?
Yeah, we are still so early. I think it's fair to say there's so many things that I've been working on that you could frame as a next chapter, a third chapter, fourth chapter that will have implications for Linea. So yes, the TradFi is waking up. TradFi is onboarding to DeFi. We've created the perfect governance and technology architecture for major financial institutions to make use of the Linea technology. I can't say anything right now, but there is systemically important financial industry infrastructure coming to Ethereum and specifically to Linea. There is a project right now that is a TradFi-ish company, TradFi/DeFi-ish company. And I really can't make any disclosures right now, but one of the previous presenters in the previous session talked about how incredibly important giant amounts of Ether liquidity would be to DeFi on Linea. And I have to agree that that's true. And there's a wave of Ether making its way towards Linea right now. Hopefully we'll get some news on that in the near term. And so it's just on. The the saying that I guess it was about going bankrupt. It happened very slowly and then all at once. Well, the opposite of bankruptcy is the paradigm shift to a much sounder infrastructure for planet Earth, and it's about to happen all at once.
We kind of also like mention a bit, like the entire puzzling between, Linea, MetaMask, like all the puzzle, all the pieces are coming together. And I think like the work that has been done around the ecosystem grow, how Linea is keeping up with the entire kind of like ecosystem integration and DeFi partners. We just, we are running this 4 hours live stream. And Declan, I wonder a bit like, what can we expect, from the Linea team, the entire ecosystem between kind of like now and the next kind of like 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, I usually sort of separate this answer into like two buckets. One is the technology, the product. Like we're still working very hard on the protocol to improve it in terms of performances. So that means more transactions, making those transactions cheaper, adding unique features as well to the product, like the native yield, for example, which is going to make Linea the best chain for ETH capital. And that will help unlock, big LPs and liquidity providers, digital asset treasury companies, perhaps to actually then come and LP on Linea because we can provide the best risk-adjusted return. So all of that is happening on the product side, and we have a completely public roadmap where people can, contribute and write on the forum and propose ideas. So that's a whole process. And then on the ecosystem side, you can see we're working very hard to make it easier to access Linea as a user. Even just today, I think Linea is going to be the first chain to have, every big centralized exchange support the token, and that of course includes being able to transfer, deposit and withdraw from exchanges to Linea mainnet, which is great for accessibility globally, but also for builders as well. So making sure that we can support a complete range of builders, no matter what stage they are, no matter where they are, and that comes through this amazingly large ecosystem fund that we have together. So there'll be a number of different ways to both financially and technically support builders who want to build great apps. We're obviously working to support the latest versions of the EVM, so we can have things like 8004, like to make sure that AI can also participate on Linea, making sure that we have the latest versions of tooling, for example, like Delegator, which is the MetaMask smart contract wallet. So all of these things as well will unlock like new sort of features in the user experience. And that again is just going to allow more people to come on chain and find more interesting things for them to do on chain. So I think we have a lot like still ahead of us. We've definitely come a long way, but yeah, there's no slowing down. Basically, we need to continue to make the protocol better. We need to continue to onboard more developers and obviously make it easy for users to like come on chain and then find reasons to stay on chain. I still think there's more we can do to give people things to keep them interested on chain. Obviously, trading is a huge use case, and we're seeing lots of interest in things like real world assets that are going to be coming live soon. But what else can we do? There's many other use cases that we're yet to really uncover with this technology, and I think that's the kind of next big sort of hurdle as us to tackle as a Linea team, but also as an industry.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about Linea today. It's probably really valuable to talk about this company Consensus that birthed Linea, birthed MetaMask, birthed SBET in a way, and the synergies that we are working on. MetaMask and Linea are working incredibly well together. You'll see that in the form of many different kinds of rewards that will accrue to Linea token holders. Same thing with SBET. There will be synergies between the SBET equity / different form of equity and Linea and MetaMask. And Declan said it, the largest ecosystem development fund in the history of our ecosystem. So there will be so many rewards. So it makes sense for you to sell a little bit of Linea to do what you need to do. But for the people who are able to hang on to Linea, I've been really busy working on another Consensus token that's coming out at some point. And really Consensus is going to be a protocolization and tokenization and token launch machine going forward. And all these tokens will be synergistic with one another.
We need to break down.
Alpha for one TG right before another. Wow, I love it. Joe, another thing you've been talking about lately is this concept of trust itself as a commodity. How does that
Yeah,
work?
so people have so many different models, narratives for what Ethereum is and what Ether is. My favorite is this notion that I think Mark Andreessen said it first, where software is going to eat the world. I think he said it 20 years ago, something like that. And software ate the world, and it was good until it got to be less good. We are in a Web 2 big tech world, for better or worse. It's been really great in many ways, but centralization, technology infrastructures are great for building civilizations, but they may not be that good for 99% of the people in those civilizations. And so this is where trust and decentralization comes in. So we think of Ethereum as trustware, as the next evolution of software. And we think of trust as a new kind of commodity, a virtual commodity, where if you add trust to a situation, you make that situation more valuable. And so if you can take some Ether and execute a transaction and be guaranteed that it's going to execute as advertised and validated in a decentralized fashion, you've reduced risks and reduced frictions, and you've essentially created more value at less cost. If you do that for agreements, legal agreements, complex processes, relationships, etc., you're bringing so much more automated, objective trust into all of your economic activities. I've got to assume that that's going to do something like doubling global GDP, and maybe that's pretty soon. If you add AI to that, and if you add the idea that you're doing all these transactions, which used to take an hour or a week or something like that, and you're compressing them down by 50% less duration and expense, or 1/100th less duration and expense when you start to get everything really efficient, what is that going to do to the velocity and the value of the global economy? So Ether is the highest octane trust commodity on the planet. We're burning a lot of that stuff, and Linea is following in its wake.
I mean, I wanna say, I mean, this journey, you touched on different use case, Joe, but I mean, you mentioned also, Declan, like the journey so far has been immense. Still more things to come. I just want to kind of like ask you some more kind of like, not personal question, but what were your most kind of like proudest moments around this journey, right? Like for me, for example, when we said, okay, the permission, like on the prover side, right? What were, because you've been around for a long time, you saw the entire kind of like journey. It doesn't need to be also on Linea, in the entire ecosystem. What made you kind of like proud, and what were this kind of like, a part of history that you say, okay, we are in the right direction, and I'm comfortable this is the team to do it?
Yeah, I think like top of my head is probably 3 moments. I think the first was like very early on, we were working on this technology inside, Consensus R&D. I think it's one thing to work on R&D, and then another thing to actually put that into, production environment. And when we sort of launched, testnet initially and started to get feedback that, not only is this a good idea because the technology is valuable, but also it's, not an awesome thing for Consensus to do as well. People responded really positively. Oh, Consensus is launching an L2. That's amazing. There was a lot of interest in that testnet. I think that was a really good validation for us as a team to continue and then start to really scale up the whole, operation of building what then became Linea. I would say the second The second piece is launching Linea mainnet. So on July 2023 at EthCC, we launched Linea mainnet. I remember, I think within 24 hours, we had almost $2 million worth of deposits, on an actual live chain, right? This was the real thing. And that, as a team, that was a real big moment, to actually launch a live blockchain that's like anchored on top of Ethereum using ZK EVM technology. And obviously, we know 2 years later how that's kind of gone. We're now sitting at around $2 billion in TVL, so like huge orders of magnitude improvement. And I'd say the third one is actually when we completed what was called Beta V2. So Beta V2 is essentially the full arithmetization of the ZK EVM, something that no team has ever done, and I believe no other team ever will do in the world, to be frank, because that took over 5 years of intense mathematics, cryptography, product engineering to get to a place where we're actually able to completely arithmetize the EVM. We're using zero knowledge, and not only is that amazing for Linea because it really differentiates Linea's technology, but we're going to be able to reuse that technology on the layer one itself. And you see this sort of current landscape now where we have many different ZK VMs, often RISC-V ZK VMs. There was actually a bug the other day in the Reth client, which is a Rust client, and every ZK VM went down basically because they're all very similar. And so Linea has a very unique tool chain, a very unique technology, and so we're able to offer that diversity to the L1 as well as to the L2, which is what's made Ethereum so successful. Like Ethereum has, I think 5 to 8 large, execution and consensus clients. If in the future, when we have a ZK L1 with snarkification of Ethereum, we're going to be able to bring that same diversity of all the work we've done at Linea. So I truly think what we've built here is, something that's going to live in the protocol for, decades, if not centuries to come. And I think that, as a team, that's something that we're all sort of very proud on. And of course, there's still much more to do, but ultimately, that is a huge, important thing that we've delivered in terms of the Ethereum journey itself so far.
Well, astute viewers may have noticed that we went past the top of the hour when TG was scheduled for. And as it turns out, due to overwhelming demand, and fewer nodes are experiencing heavy loads with everyone trying to claim, the team is on it, and the Linea airdrop will be live shortly. But it's coming together. The moment is essentially here. I'm still wondering, like, they're 42, Joe. Is there anything happening with 42? 42 days from the last time we spoke would have been September 16th. We're in September 10th, so maybe there's still big things to come.
42. 42 Easter eggs that we're going to drop throughout the future trajectory of the Ethereum ecosystem. So as many people are aware, Douglas Adams wrote a lot of books, including The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And there was a giant computer called Deep Thought, the sort of character in the movie, and it was calculating for millions of years to come up with the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. And after millions of years of calculation, it came up with the answer, which was 42. And I like to think of that as what Ethereum is after billions of years of evolution on planet Earth, where we built centralized infrastructure to take civilization to a certain point. Finally, Satoshi Nakamoto, enhanced by the work of Vitalik Buterin, brought us to the answer of life, the universe, and everything, which is decentralization. And so the original Ethereum token sale lasted 42 days. It was one of the Easter eggs that we planted, and so that's what I was referencing.
All right, there we go. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us and for wrapping it up on a strong note there, Joe, and also Declan and Francesco. Thank you so much.
was a long one.
Keep checking back on the claim page, folks, and always also be sure to be safe. Don't fall for any scams. Don't if you go to the Linea blog, we've got all kinds of great info and tips on how to stay safe and secure and avoid scams. They're out there, and we want to make sure that this goes as well as possible. So everyone, thank you so much. Happy TGE. The answer is 42.
Happy TGE.
Happy TGE 4042. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Ethereum is changing